Good morning for everybody. Please take your seats. We'll start immediately. So, good morning, Your Excellency, Madam Speaker of Seimas of Lithuania, President Pacheco, Madam President Zetterfeld, members of the Parliament, Excellencies, Ambassadors, Ministers, honorable guests. My name is Raimondas Lopata. I am the chair of the Committee for the Future of the Parliament of Lithuania. And of course, it's a great pleasure and honor for me to welcome you all to the Global Parliamentary Congress, The Future of the World. The idea of this Congress was conceived in mid-2022 in the run-up to the First World Summit of Parliamentarians' Committees on the Future held in Helsinki in October 2022. The main driver behind this Congress is the conviction that in these times of global change, parliaments need more than ever to act broadly, inclusively, and strategically. In doing so, they must cooperate with each other to the fullest extent possible, since most of the great challenges we face can be solved neither nationally nor regionally. Your acceptance of the invitation to this Congress and your coming to Vilnius is a confirmation that such an approach is truly relevant. Before the Congress gets down to business, allow me to invite distinguished guests to deliver words of welcome and introductory remarks. His Excellency President of the Republic of Lithuania, Gitanas Nausėda, welcomed the Congress. As the President is on the visit today, we are going to hear his welcoming video message.
Esteemed members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to extend my greetings to you at the Global Parliamentary Congress. This event provides a welcome opportunity to discuss the future of the world, its current challenges, and necessary global responses. By gathering here in the Lithuanian Seimas, you strengthen parliamentary anticipatory governance and prepare to take decisive initiatives and actions in the future. Today, with the brutal war of aggression bringing destruction to Europe, we are being reminded that the future of the world hangs on our collective ability to support and guarantee respect for international law. Among other things, it also means respect for borders and commitment to the non-use of force to change them. We should do everything to preserve the international order based on the UN Charter, which clearly defines aggression as a use of force by a state against the sovereignty, territorial integrity, or political independence of another state. Of utmost importance today is the determination of the entire international community to bring justice based on international law to all those responsible for the crime of aggression against Ukraine. The persons responsible for planning, conducting, and committing the crime of aggression against Ukraine must not go unpunished. As you all know perfectly well, without accountability for international crimes, there is no justice and no chance for a peaceful world order in the nearest future. I would also like to encourage parliaments and their members to consolidate efforts in strengthening parliamentary democracy and implementing it. We have a common responsibility to fight growing threats to human rights, democracy, and the rule of law to ensure continued freedom, peace, prosperity, and security for Europe. The parliamentary dimension is essential in achieving these goals. We are looking forward to the upcoming United Nations Summit on the Future, which will take place next year in September. This summit should support the implementation of current commitments of the United Nations member states, primarily to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, facilitate agreements on solving specific problems, and restore trust between UN member states. The Future Summit is our chance to make serious advances of youth inclusion, global digital agreement, new peace agenda, and reforming the global financial architecture. I invite the Congress and its participants to actively engage in the implementation of our common agenda and sustainable development goals. May the outcomes and results of today's discussion contribute to multilateral solutions for a better tomorrow.
Thanks to the President. And now, now allow me to give the floor to the host of this House, Her Excellency Speaker of Seimas, Ms. Victoria Chmilytė-Nielsen.
President Pacheco, President Sederfeld, First Vice Speaker of Verkhovna Rada, Mr. Kornienko, distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, colleagues, and friends. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this conference on the future of the world. As we gather here today, we are faced with unprecedented challenges and opportunities that will shape the world for the years to come. From the pandemic to climate change, Russia's war against Ukraine, geopolitical tensions, energy security, and technological disruption, the future of the world is at a critical juncture. At this conference, we have brought together politicians, experts, and thinkers to debate these challenges and explore the pathways and solutions to help us navigate this complex and uncertain terrain. And although I do not expect that this conference will offer a silver bullet for every problem we will discuss, as a politician I can say with confidence that if we are to overcome numerous challenges and create a better future for all, we must ensure a world based on international law and cooperation. When states respect international law, they create a stable and predictable environments in which cooperation and collaboration is possible. This is the only way to meet the global challenges of the future. Yet the international law is under threat today. We see how international norms and rules are flouted, how an engagement in an aggressive behavior and violation of sovereignty and territorial integrity of other states becomes a new norm. This threatens stability and security of the global system and undermines our ability to solve the challenges we face as a community of countries. It is no exaggeration to say that much of the world's political future is being decided in Ukraine. The aggression against Ukraine is not just about territorial integrity or geopolitical interests. It is about the fundamental values that underpin our societies. It is about the right of people to choose their own future and live in a free and democratic country. It is about the rule of law, human rights, and the dignity of every individual. Therefore, we must take action to support freedom in Ukraine and around the world. We must stand up for the rule of law and human rights, and we must hold ourselves accountable for our actions or inactions. The promotion and protection of democracy and international law is primarily the responsibility of states and international institutions that have prioritized these objectives. By default, it is also a responsibility of democratically elected parliaments. As the representatives of the people, parliaments can provide a forum for dialogue and debate on the key global challenges facing our world today. In collaboration with other state institutions, international organizations, civil society and private sector, parliaments can help build consensus and develop policies that address these questions in a comprehensive and coordinated manner. With this in mind, I invite parliaments to take an active role in this effort to engage in dialogue and debate and work to develop policies that address these problems of our times and the future. One example of how to further involve parliaments would be my initiative to convene a high-level meeting of NATO countries' parliament speakers on 1st to 3rd June this year in the looking forward to the NATO summit in Vilnius. Parliaments cannot stand aside from crucial international political events. In an increasingly unpredictable security environment, this task becomes even more important. After all, it is our parliaments that are called upon to make choices and decisions about the allocation of public funds to defense and security and explain them to citizens. Therefore, my hope is that this high-level meeting will help the speakers and other MPs be better equipped for national debates on issues relevant to NATO, as well as contribute to the development of the consensus among member countries that must underpin alliance policies, as well as help make the workings and policies of the alliance more transparent and comprehensible to parliaments and the public. Using this opportunity, I would like to ask the representatives of the NATO countries present here to urge the leaders of the parliaments and MPs to attend the meeting and contribute to this common and, I believe, important effort. With this, I would like to conclude my welcoming remarks. And let's remember that although the future of the world is uncertain and complex, it is up to us to shape it by defending our values and harnessing the power of democracy alongside technology, innovation, and collaboration. We can create a future that is not only sustainable, but also just. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you very much, Victoria. The United Nations leadership has sent a video message of greetings to the Congress and remarks by Mr. Guy Ryder, Under Secretary General for Policy in the United Nations.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to address the Global Parliamentary Congress on the Future of the World. Your ambition to build interparliamentary contacts that give consideration to the future is very closely aligned with the past, present, and future of the United Nations. In 1945, through the signing of the founding Charter of the United Nations, your diplomatic and parliamentary predecessors committed to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. Today, in the wake of a global pandemic, ongoing wars of aggression, climate crisis, and rapid technological change, the threats to succeeding generations have widened. And looking forward, humanity faces a series of long-term challenges that will continue to evolve. And these challenges include the warming and degradation of the planet, growing inequalities, managing frontier technologies, demographic shifts towards an older population, growing inequalities, and the evolution of social welfare provision. In 2020, member states requested the United Nations Secretary General to report back with recommendations to speak precisely to these current and future challenges. And he responded with our common agenda, his vision for the future of global cooperation. And our common agenda calls for inclusive, networked, and effective multilateralism, better equipped to respond and to deliver for people and planet, and get the world back on track to reach the Sustainable Development Goals. And it also outlines possible solutions to address the gaps and the risks that have emerged since 2015, calling for a summit of the future in 2024. And we hope that this summit will result in a pact for the future that will encompass action towards a fair and a just global financial system, a commitment to a safe, peaceful, and sustainable planet, putting technology at the service of humanity, and protecting future generations. And your Congress has rightfully noted that most parliaments lack the structures and procedures for addressing issues that go beyond the remit of existing committees and the horizon of legislative terms. Through the Our Common Agenda report, the Secretary-General has reached a similar conclusion, that future generations are underrepresented in today's multilateral decision-making bodies and that we must take action to address their rights and their interests. The Summit of the Future will thus be the platform to highlight and to address the costs of short-term thinking and to create guardrails around the impact of new technologies. It should be the place where member states make new commitments to protect succeeding and future generations through networked, agile, and inclusive multilateralism that includes the strong voices of parliamentarians. And I want to share with you today 3 specific actions that the Secretary-General has proposed to address this challenge and to seek your support in realizing them. First, the Secretary-General has recommended that governments agree on a declaration for future generations. And such a declaration would recognize the needs, interests, and freedom of choice of future generations, our shared duty to protect them from the harms brought about by actions today, and an agreement to put in place practical mechanisms that safeguard their interests and preserve their ability to exercise their rights. And it would also acknowledge the unprecedented global catastrophic risks that could deeply impact the future potential and even existence of countless generations. From pandemics to nuclear war to frontier technologies and climate disaster, we need to be more aware, better prepared, and effectively organized to respond to these generational risks. As a networked group of parliamentarians, I would encourage you to support the leadership volunteered by the governments of the Netherlands and of Jamaica, who are facilitating negotiations on the Declaration for Future Generations at the UN General Assembly. Your voice and institutional support could help realize an ambitious declaration and a successful summit in 2024. Secondly, the Secretary-General has proposed the appointment of a special envoy for future generations. The envoy would raise awareness of the interests of future generations and advise governments and organizations on how best to represent them. Building on the initiatives of this Congress, the envoy could also support the growing network of commissioners and committees for future generations that are emerging at the national and the regional level. This envoy would work with both policy advising bodies like the groundbreaking Finnish Committee of the Future, as well as future generation advocates like K-pop band BTS, who have been appointed by the President of the Republic of Korea as special envoys for future generations and culture. If your country has such a committee or envoy for the future, we will be grateful to hear about the practices that have succeeded and the challenges that have been overcome in delivering for the future generations of the people that you represent. And thirdly, we're building a Futures Lab network across the United Nations system to apply the tools of strategic foresight to this work. And with the generous support of Finland, this network will have a hub in Helsinki with spokes radiating outwards. And if you're interested in supporting the Future Lab network, whether through policy expertise or through financial resources, we would warmly welcome your engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, I've asked for your support across an ambitious set of initiatives, but I also want to offer our support to your broader efforts. In our common agenda, the Secretary-General called for more inclusive multilateralism, one that more effectively includes the voices of parliaments, city and regional authorities, as well as local non-state organizations, especially those led by women and by young people. If there are offices, committees, or groups in your districts that can benefit from our experience, or whose experience could benefit the United Nations, then we would welcome the connection. And I also want to encourage you to accelerate your existing efforts to engage with your parliamentary colleagues across the globe in particular in developing countries. We will need a diverse and an inclusive set of voices that can connect our present efforts towards sustainable development with the well-being of future generations. We are working in a time of incredible challenge and opportunity as well. And this Congress, with its broad scope of participation and the scale of its ambition, shows the potential of an innovative 21st century multilateralism. And I look forward to close engagement with you all in the lead-up to the Summit of the Future, and I want to wish you all the very best for your important work in Vilnius. Thank you.
So, and may I also give the floor to Mr. Duarte Pacheco, President of the Interparliamentary Union, for his welcome and introductory remarks.
Mr. Chair, Madam Speaker of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania, dear colleagues, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank the Parliament of Lithuania for organizing this meeting in this beautiful city of Vilnius and for the warm welcome we have been given. Dear colleagues, allow me to say that it is a pleasure to share with you one perspective from a parliamentarian point of view. IPU represents 180 countries, and we represent 46,000 parliamentarians across the world. We are not a regional assembly. We are the global organization of parliaments. Many times we have the perspectives of the governments, but the parliamentarians, we don't represent the states. We represent the people of the world. And so, what I'm sharing with you is the perspective of the people of the world that I represent now as chair of IPU. And I need to say, I commit a mistake. Yes, we are human beings, and sometimes we commit mistakes. After 3 years of pandemic, I thought we can learn with what happened and how small is our world. A small virus came from one part of the world and just in a few weeks affect all of us, north and south, rich and poor, men and women, young people or older ones. All of us suffer from this pandemic. It shows how small is our world. And just because we all work together, scientists and politicians, international organizations, national organizations, we work together, it was possible in a record time to fight the war against this virus. We can learn with this lesson. Unfortunately, we didn't. I thought we can learn because we have other global problems. Climate change, terrorism, fanatism. Our democracies are in danger with a lot of problems, with populism, with the networking of this new challenge that affect all democracies and the pillar of democracies. But we didn't learn. And just after a few months, after we control the pandemic, we have another problem. This awful attack against Ukraine, this offensive against our states of life, our values, against the international rules, against the Charter of United Nations, against the international law. This war of aggression against Ukraine showed that we didn't learn with what happened few months before. And so we have a war that affects not just Ukrainian people, because this is not against Ukraine, it's against the democratic values of our society. And IPU, we have in our flag, democracy for everyone. And that's why we, since the first day, we condemned the invasion. We condemned the aggression against Ukraine. And we said, we will be with our colleagues. We will be with our friends from Ukraine because they are not fighting for their freedom. They are fighting for the freedom and for democracy for all of us, not just in Europe. And also we understood that what happened there affects not just Ukraine and Russian people. They are affecting not just the Europeans, but we saw that affect many countries around the world, in Africa, with the food security, with the grain that are not coming, with the inflation that put United Nations programs in danger because everything rises the price and the budget of the United Nations did not increase. And so they are not ready to continue the programs, or humanitarian programs they have in many countries of the world. It affects all of us. And we needed to change. We needed to change because we parliamentarians, we are not academics that can discuss the issues. We have power in our hands. We have power in our hands to make decisions and to say that what happened there is something that will not prevail. And that's why we needed to be with our colleagues from Ukraine and give all the help they need to win this war. Because the winning of this war is not a victory of Ukraine. It's a victory of the democratic values of Europe. And we, parliamentarians that believe in democracy, we needed to be with our colleagues. What we have there is something that is affecting the future of the world. And if we are in this conference discussing the future of the world, we need to begin to win this war. Thank you so much.
I would like to thank the distinguished guests for their inspiring words and remarks. And let me now move to the practicalities by briefly recalling the setup of the Congress and making a few logistical remarks. The Congress aims to take stock of the panorama of the most important challenges facing the world today and to exchange insights on how parliaments can best contribute to tackling these challenges. The world is facing systemic and multidimensional challenges. The Congress offers us an opportunity to address them at three levels. The first level is about power relations in the world and their control. As the world's power centers shifts, the mechanism for balancing them must change accordingly. The most important thing is to restore and consolidate the rule of law as a key principle. It's now being brutally violated by Russia in its war of aggression against Ukraine. And this is not only instance. The first plenary session of the Congress will be devoted to the geostrategic issues of power control. The second level is the state and future of parliamentary democracy in a hyper-connected, ultra-fast, and information-laden world. Those gathered here represent the values of democracy. Yet, we know that democracy has been in decline around the world over the recent decades. How can we rebuild and strengthen the foundation of democracy? How can we make it effective and attractive to more societies around the world? This is what we will be discussing this afternoon in the second plenary session. These items will also be the focus of the parallel sessions. They will take place tomorrow. And the third level is parliamentary empowerment for the long-term decisions that the world needs. Challenges not only in the areas of power and democracy, but also in many other areas requires continuous, systematic, and coherent efforts. Such principles of governance are in conflict with populism, with political myopia that comes as a result of electoral cycles. Tomorrow's plenary and parallel sessions will look at these issues from a variety of angles. Let me conclude this brief introduction with a few logistical remarks. As you can see from the program, the forum of the Congress is predominantly discussion-based. We will have only a few plenary keynote speeches. We will continue with a panel discussion, therefore encouraging all Congress participants to join in for a lively debate. Please submit your questions to the moderators and secretariat in written form or by just raising your hand, and use the desktop microphones as you speak. There will also be parallel sessions tomorrow. They will feature short presentations and plenty of time for lively discussions. You have a draft of the final statement of the Congress in your Congress folders. Any comments on the draft should be preferably submitted by your heads of parliamentary delegations. We'll invite them to a roundtable meeting this evening to discuss the statement. Participants who are not part of the delegation can submit their comments to the Congress Information Desk. That concludes my information brief. I thank our distinguished guests once again and declare the opening ceremony of the Congress closed. Now, I would like to give the floor to Ms. Jovita Neliupšienė, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania and appointed head of the European Union mission to the United States. She will moderate the first plenary session.
Thank you, Professor, and good morning for everyone. It will be my pleasure to moderate the first panel of the distinguished discutants here, but maybe let me use the opportunity and use the mic as the moderator to give a bit a few thoughts which we can come back in the discussion. I think that and let me be really very provocative, I should say, because I'm a diplomat, so I'm not very much used to be provocative. But I'm using the opportunity of the whole of the Parliament. The Parliament always inspires the discussion and inspires some ideas. So first of all, humanity always needs a deep shock to recognize the value, what we have, and the value of international order, or we have to change the international order if we face the shock. Well, sometimes the shock is actually war and grave mascaras. The international order was broken openly and in one instant. All crimes altogether are committed while we speak. War crimes, crimes against humanity, crimes of aggression, looting, and so on and so forth. The list is extremely long. And we know that the world will never be the same again, and it's shocking. And we can only expect further uncertainties and more threats. And this can actually drive us mad. So it will be unforgivable for us, and it will be unforgivable sin, actually, not to use the opportunity to change the narrative from I or we can survive, and our order of we created for the last 80, 60 years can survive, to we have to make things again. We have to make things better. And we have to make things according to our views. The main way forward is to recognize the truth, to evaluate and to condemn criminals, to reach full accountability of ones who ordered slaughter. We would call it special tribunal, special international tribunal, with the largest possible support worldwide. Even the process towards a tribunal can distinguish and unite friends. And we should not fear to change the rules if they do not fit what we want to do. Second, we need to believe in democracy. Sometimes it's harder than, sometimes believing in democracy is actually harder than believing in love. Enemies make use of our disbelief in democracy because it is our basis. Some say autocrats act more effectively. It can be true in the shorter term. But Western or the democracy-leaning mind is linear and counts on the long term. People will always seek freedom, so will our children. If we unite among ourselves within a democratic world, it will give us confidence and strength. Third, sometimes we need a straight talking to say, containment through economic engagement and business ties failed. The adversaries took every opportunity to get richer without adopting any democratic value. We can finally learn from our naivety. The question is, what to do? Well, there is one straight answer. Help Ukraine with arms and let Russia lose. Lose, exactly, this is the word. First, we need a sincere and deep cooperation among the democracies, which is defined by values. Non-democrats outnumber us. They will outgun us if we won't stop them. Second, we need an active outreach to so-called Global South. They can change world's balance. Investment and joint ventures are the key. Africa for Africa, region for region, and they should be, and we all together should be able to get rid of dependencies on China, on Russia, in strategic sectors, but as well in the world security. Third, food security, sorry. Third, we need to increase economic sustainability, build resilience, and phase out supply dependencies. The EU Commission has stepped up with some proposals that create opportunities to diversify our economies, but the key lies in every state and its will to decouple from autocrats. De-risking is pleas to ourselves. Decoupling is if we want to live in the new reality. Finally, but ultimately, we need to get ready to defend ourselves. I'm afraid it is not the end what we see right now. Defense capabilities will deter adversaries far better than the statements. 1, 2, or 3% is just hide and seek behind the numbers. Ask your people whether they feel safe. And that should be a starting point. You may say that all these lines are obvious, but isn't that really the reality where we have to start our journey? Fear is the only thing that stops us. And it's a human nature again. But when humans' lives are at stake, it is time to step over yourself and beyond, and go beyond without fear. So thank you very much. I would like to ask Ms. Margareta Sederfeld, the member of the Committee of Foreign Affairs of Riksdag and the President of OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, to give us a keynote address. Please.
Madam Chair, members of Parliament, dear colleagues, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, it's an immense honor to stand before you today to discuss the essential values and principles that must continue to defend our world today and tomorrow. In these turbulent times, it is more critical than ever that we remain vocal in our defense of these universal principles, civil liberties, the rule of law, and the sanctity of human rights. I address you today in a dual capacity as a Swedish Member of Parliament, Member of Committee on Foreign Affairs, but also in my capacity as President of OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. And let me say, my country, just as well as OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, we stay denounced and against the clear gross and still uncorrected violation of the Helsinki Final Act by Russia in Ukraine since 2014 with the illegal annexation of Crimea, as well as its neighbors worldwide and the regime's lack of respect for fundamental human rights. And I have noticed that here is several colleagues who are members from the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. And let me be a little bit personal. The 21st of February 2022, when the war started, did my dear colleague Mikita Potorayev from Ukraine arrive. And he said, the war has started today. I can tell you that we changed the program from OSCE Parliamentarian Winter Meeting immediately. 55 out of 57 member countries spoke out in favor, in support of Ukraine. 2, and you can guess who, was against. And I have some strange argument. Russia and Belarus. But let me also say, the day after the outbreak of the war, the last day of the winter meeting, it was even worse when Mikita Potorayev said, hello, hope to see you again, good friends. All of us, the rest of us, we were going back home to our families. He was going to defend his war, his country, against Russia's aggression. I will always, just as well as my colleagues from OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, remember this, bring it with me. But this shows also that we, as parliamentarians, our duties is not only to sit in our meetings. It's also to respond back to our constituencies, to inform about what we know, what we see, to gather support to defense of all the fundamental rights. And I think this is one huge benefit of being a member of OSCE Parliamentarian Assembly. To not only keep the knowledge in the room, to bring it with us in our constituencies, in different various meetings, because we need all to stand united. And I think this unity we have seen against Russia's war that also support Ukraine, that supports peace and stability. But I must also say that the unjustified and unprovoked Russian aggression of Ukraine continues to cause human suffering, even 1 year after the outbreak of the full-scale war. It threatens peace and stability in every corner of the globe. And this is why we are compelled to speak loudly and firmly in support of Ukraine and to translate this support into acts. These commitments go hand in hand, as demonstrated by the Swedish chairpersonship in OSCE 2021. The OSCE is a fundamental pillar of European security order and must be safeguarded. And I am pleased to say also that I see inside European Union, where Sweden is chair for this first half year of 2023, that Ukraine is on top of the agenda, the unity inside European Union. Although some may disagree with the fact that the Russian Federation retains a seat at the table of OSCE Parliamentarian Assembly, we must remain wary of not shooting the messenger, and by this I mean OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. Rather than denouncing powerless international institutions, we must work together to strengthen them. And one question I very often hear is, why didn't you predict the war? And I think this is a good question. My only response to this is that we are all human beings. And we are not expecting the most terrible thing to happen. But I'm sure that there are instruments, that there are signs. If we are aware, we could see them and we could notice them. And I think this is also a lesson to learn for the future. In our comprehensive security architecture, the OSCE remains a unique instrument to promote links between all participating states, including strong transatlantic partnership, and to defend human rights and individual freedoms. OSCE consists of 57 countries, the world's largest regional security organization. And let me say that I very often hear, particularly from Russia, saying that they need debate, that they need contact, but they don't need OSCE. What does this mean? For me, it's clear. OSCE is still valuable, and that's why they don't like the organization. They want something else, where they could have more power. But let me say, I think it's important that we not let Russia's war break down all the structures that are built up to support peace and stability. And I would also say that when we hold our winter meeting in OSCE Parliamentary Assembly this year, the 24th of February, it was, I must say, also we did show our sympathy with Ukraine. And I know that there were some critics before the winter meeting that we would let Russia take the floor. And I would say it was the total opposite. I have never seen such strong message from parliamentarians. Every time a Russian person, delegate, took the floor, parliamentarians from other countries stepped out. There were some colleagues who have brought with them Ukrainian's flag, and they surrendered the Russian delegation. For me, this was a strong message because our meeting was also sent out for everybody who were interested to see it. They could observe how we, very handfast, stood firmly on the side of Ukraine. But I am not a person who say that this is enough. Not at all. There need to be more substance. And here I see that the support done by sending weapons, military equipment, offering training for Ukrainian soldiers is very important. Otherwise, they can't defend nor Ukraine nor the rest of the world. I see also the importance of humanitarian aid. It's very important that we continue to support Ukraine. I see all the countries around, not only their closest neighbors, also others, who receive refugees, to host them, to give a place for security. But I do also see that we need to already now start a discussion how to support Ukraine to rebuild the country. I think this is one important task that shouldn't wait until Ukraine have won the war. It needs to be a discussion and decision-taking already at this moment. And let me say that European unions, just as well as the sanctions from US and from Canada, are very important. I think by this we can show that the world stands against and we can limit Russia's financial resources and trade markets. This summer will OSCE Parliamentary Assembly hold its annual session in Vancouver in Canada. And I am sure that it will be a very firm stand against Russia's war once again, just as it was in our annual session in Birmingham. But let me also say that OSCE EPA, just as well as the Swedish Parliament, we will remain clear that those who are guilty of the crime of aggression should be held accountable, that no war crime should go unpunished, and that an international tribunal should be instigated to investigate and prosecute all those responsible for the war. And I see this is important, and I think the unity worldwide here is as well very important. And let me mention that to pursue justice for Ukraine, we would hold high the universal values that must define the future of the world. And I said a few words about European Union, but recall that European Union was founded on the belief that countries who cooperate don't make war against each other. And at that time, after the Second World War, Europe was damaged of the Second War, and European Union have stayed strong, advocate for peace, democracy, rule of law, and stability, and will do so. And there are countries who have applied for member citizen of European Union, and they do it of the same reason as European Union was founded. I think about Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova. Let us support them in their strive to reach not only the candidate status that they have today, but the full-fledged member. Because we know that democracy, respect the rule of law, and cooperation, it's the best vaccine to keep peace and stability. But also, I would say that European Union need to force stronger economic ties with Central Asia, India, Middle East, to reducing their reliance on sanctioned Russian products and weakening Russia's connections, because we know that Russia have developed their handle towards those countries during the sanctions, and we need to develop and use our possibilities. Let me also mention here that it was talked a bit about youngsters. Inside OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, there is a network of young parliamentarians, and I see it as very important because most of us, delegates inside OSCE, we are in my age. And I think a network for young parliamentarians, it's also a way to build for the future. And it shouldn't stay with a network. We need also to include the youngsters in the parliamentarian work. I have appointed a special representative on youth, appointed members from the youth network inside our committees, ad hoc committee on migration, ad hoc committee on countering terrorism. And I know that there are young parliamentarians who will run for positions at the annual session. And I wish them all the best, but it's competition as always in politics. Never know the result in advance, if it's democratic and free election. I would also say that we need to continue our work for democracy. Inside OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, we do election observations, and I see this as a very important tool to support, not to say, just to condemn, but to support democracy. And for me, and for hopefully all of us as parliamentarians, this is a key factor to support democracy. And by this, I have given some small thoughts about the future, what I see as very important issues for the future. There is a lot more, but I know that my colleagues will speak about several other questions as well. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sederfeld. Today in the panel we have many distinguished speakers. Maybe to kick off our discussion, I will ask our speakers to give 5 to 7 minutes of intervention, focusing on what is actually the 3 major challenges for the future of the world and the 3 most effective tools to face those challenges. I first would ask Mr. Duarte Pacheco, President of Interparliamentary Union, to start.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, dear colleagues. First of all, thank you very much for your very impressive presentation, Madam President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. Allow me to share with you 3 ideas. First of all, democracy. I always think that democracy is like health. We just give importance when we lost it. Some days we are very well, and we don't give importance to that. But if we have a problem of health, we will believe that yesterday we are very happy persons. The same happened with democracy. When we are living with democracy, sometimes we don't give importance for that. But one day, if we wake up without it, we will see how happier we was. Second, I understand that it's easy to defend these democratic values in a regional organization that are composed by countries more or less with same values, like OSCE or the Parliamentary Assembly of NATO or Council of Europe. But when we are talking about IPU, believe me, it is not so easy, because we have 180 countries from around the world, some democratic countries, and with special democracies as well. Allow me to use this expression. And why I'm talking about it? Because many countries in other continents believe they have real problems as well. And we, international community, we are not pay attention to that. Just allow me to give 3 examples. Climate change. I met the speaker of Tuvalu. He told me, in the last 5 years, my country lost 10% of the population. People decide to go because of the rise of water. We don't have investments. Why to invest here in my country to build a home or a factory or a resort, if in a few years we will be underwater? We are losing the population, and the world is not addressing this issue. If we talk with countries of Sahel, they said, we have terrorism. In 4 countries died last year, 22, more people with terrorist attack than across all the world. What are you doing to fight terrorism? Nothing. We're just discussing the war in Ukraine. And you forget the war we are living here in my country, in our region. And if you're talking with African countries, they will put, allow me to give this example as well. Every day are people dying in the Mediterranean, losing from poverty. And what are you doing about it? Nothing. How is possible the European leaders sleep every night well without doing nothing to change the situation? And people are dying every day in the Mediterranean, losing from poverty. Or in Latin America, that people are crossing and dying in the middle way, try to reach the United States. And what are doing? Nothing. So it's just to show that, yes, I believe in democracy. Yes, we needed to defend our colleagues from Ukraine. But allow me, we have other problems in our world, and we needed to address them, all them as well. Otherwise, this war will lose support. Because people from other continents will feel that we are not giving attention to their problems and we are just paying attention to a specific problem of the world. We need to address this one because this one is against the essential values of democracy, essential values of our society. But we need to give attention to the other problems of the world as well. And for that, allow me, we needed to change the international institutions. United Nations is not doing what they needed to do. The reform of the United Nations is essential because we need a very strong international organization that can manage all these conflicts. The reform of Security Council. How is it possible to have a Security Council that have the basis of the power of the victory countries of the Second World War with a veto system, and one of them is the aggressor in this case, specific case. We need to change it. Otherwise, people will not trust in the international organizations. And people will lose the confidence in the international organizations. And so people will lose confidence in the multilateralism to raise solutions to the problems of the world. So we need to change the framework of the international organizations. Because when a crisis like this one we are living in Europe right now appear, we need to have solutions for that. And the support of international organizations is essential to show to the world that it's not a case from one country against the other one, but it's one case that affects all humankind and all the international state of law and rule of law that we have. And we needed to change it. I understood that Mr. Guterres has a reform program to the United Nations, and we needed to support him to really achieve the success on that. That's why the conference about the future that will happen in the next year, and we have the parliamentarian assembly that will discuss the future of the world as well in Uruguay, is real important. We needed to understand that the geopolitics changed a lot during last year. And if we don't understand that we needed to change how to address the issues and how to reform the institutional framework of our organizations, we will not understand the change in our society that is happening since the invasion of Ukraine. We needed to do it, and we parliamentarians have a special role to do that. This is not one issue just for governments. This is not one issue just for heads of states, just for diplomats. It is an issue that we parliamentarians should have a word on that. And why? Also because we have in our parliaments a plurality. And so we don't have just one point of view, but we have different points of view. And if we wish to have a solution that can be received by all of us, all the perspectives that we have inside our parliaments needed to be addressed, and not just the positions from the government and from one part of the societies in our world. We have a lot to do during this year, but allow me to say that I believe that this conference about the future is one first step here in Vilnius that will need to be forward for the next future during the next months. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your intervention. I really love the analogy between democracy and your health. It really happens when you wake up with a soaring head or stomach, then you understand how happy you were. I've noted that you have been for the first time elected as the member of the Portuguese parliament in 1991. This is the year when we restored our independence. Do you think democracy has strengthened since then, or we have a lot to do?
Thank you, Madam. You remember me how old I am. Just to say, we are living in my country as well the same dangerous about democracy. The rise of populisms, the rise of extremes that we are fighting in many countries in Europe. Just to express, usually we have in my country, two major parties that from center-left, center-right, alternative parties that usually have joined near 80% of the votes. Last polls said that the two parties are just 55. The other 45 are going to extremists. And it shows that we needed to understand also that democracy needs to be defended every time, every day, also by the parties that are on the system that needed to defend it very well. Another image, like a flower. If we don't give water, one day we cap and the flower is dead, disappear. We needed to put water every day to have a very strong flower. This is what the parties, the political parties, needed to do every day. Otherwise, the extremism will rise in all, using the democratic tools to fighting democracy.
Thank you very much. It's really very much so. Let me give now the floor for our next panelist, Alexander Kornienko, who is actually representing the country, who's right now is fighting for democracy, for our values. And I think he has his own vision. What are the major challenges for the future of the world, and what are the most effective tools? In my view, I always think that there are three major things. What we can do and we have to do in Ukraine is support, support, and support. Do you think there are some other ways?
Thank you, Madam, for giving the floor. Dear colleagues, maybe I'll continue your metaphor, Dorta, about flower and democracy. And we know that some flowers, like rose, has some special things to defend. And now, I'm happy it's time to defend democracy, not by only word, not by only some paper and some actions and some thinkings and some visions, etc. And I'm happy now time to defend democracy by weapon. And it's going on right now in my country, in our cities, not only on battlefield, but in, I don't know, in civilian cities, in Kyiv, where only 3 days ago was one of missiles attack to Kyiv, to our infrastructure, and but by your support and by our defensive system that was given by our partners, by UK especially, by United States, by Italy, by very many countries, we have strength to defend our sky now in Kyiv, in our country, and I know that we will overcome with all these attacks in future, because our capacity to defend in our sky, for example, became increasing all time. It's one of the examples how it works, because 1 year ago, we had very hard discussion about this, how it need to be. If you remember this time 1 year ago, it was May of 2022, and it was hard time to discussion. And it was hard time to our soldiers, and it was hard time to our cities. It was time when we deliberate some part of our territory on north of Ukraine, above Kiev, but on the west it was big problems with Russian troops continuously attack of Lugansk and Donetsk region. But what I want to say in general, on this year we received some new abstentions from this situation, and we changed this game with you, with your support. And it's example how we can change the game in general, in fighting for democracy, in defense of democracy. I want to say two dates, two digits for you. 443 days from start of full-scale invasion today. 443 days. But from the start of annexion of Crimea, today, 3,368 days. We know it very good because we have special internet site where you can go and see currently situation with date. What does it mean? What does it mean? It means that if we should do something with annexion of Crimea, something bigger than only defend by word, by discussion, yeah? 3,000 days ago. I think that maybe 1 year ago, we shouldn't have full-scale invasion. Democracy, it needs to defend itself, but with some hard but necessary decisions in strong mechanisms, not only our traditional and usual approaches in terms of international law, because we understand unhappy now it doesn't work totally and doesn't work all in all. It works particularly, it works something. It very good work in our family, in Western world, and we believe in this, and we confident in this, and we try to be part of this, and we very happy and we very thankful for support us, for invite us to EU, to establish candidate states. We wait for the same proposition from NATO, and we believe that it will be next time. But generally in the world, we have some problem with this, because our big world family, more than 180 countries, and then part of them with different position to international law. And I said not only about Russia, but about some coalitions of countries that violate international law or trick it, or look to this like to something that they need to change or to trick. It may be a problem in future. That's why now I think we need to give very strong answer to this. I very agree with Eduardo and with my previous colleagues that we need establish some reforms in terms of international bodies, organizations, of course, in terms of UN, because last month was month of the hidden of Russia in UN Security Council. It was something strange for Ukrainians, because countries that right now attacks center of your capital of your city, in the same time, head of Security Council. It's very strange. Of course, it's part of discussion about fundamental rethinking of this system, because we understand that old mechanisms and old approaches doesn't work. Last but not least, I want to give one remark about actually one practical part of this, and on our UN principle, think globally, act locally. We need to propose some practical steps. One of the steps can be established on International War Criminal Tribunal, because we know that we have now discussion about this, and it's discussion very wide and very interesting. But all in all, I think one of the most important issues is to establish some responsibility to Russia about all that they did, not only by damages, not only by reparation, but it's about justice. Because dozens of our people was violence on different level, on different way, from sexual violence to economical violence, from violence to dignity, to violence to minorities, and all this huge scale of violence need to be answered, not by only our domestic legislation, because Russia doesn't recognize any international legislation, we know it. But of course, firstly, Ukrainian legislation. But we need to establish mechanism. It will be new, because it never was before, but it will be new mechanism to estimate and to give answer to all this mothers suffering and all violence that Russia did in Ukraine for this year, and do continuously right now. And I'm happy it may be in future also. Finally, I once again want to take this opportunity to thank your countries to stand with us, all this time for as long as it takes. It's not empty words, because we saw it in our I don't know, in our special photo from battlefield, some video, some video in social networks with examples of working of international weapon, with cases when our family calls the children like HIMARS, etc. And it's like a joke, but it's truly work, because our Ukrainians feel very big support for Western world, for your countries to support us on long and as we wanted. But we need to support more, and you know that now we call in to step up efforts to ensure that our skies are really protected. And of course, it's discussion about modern flights. And I need to say it here. And all in all, in terms of future of the world, globally, I think locally, it's very necessary to give Ukrainians modern flights. It will be part of future security. Trust me, I know that I say, because future security now established on Ukraine sky also. On Ukraine ground, but on Ukraine sky also. And of course, all previous discussion was successful, because we have very good answer to all questions of using, of possibilities, how it will be work, what it will be. if it will be good for Ukraine, if it will be good for international security. I think we can solve all this scale of answers, of issues. Because all in all, we understand that we need to win, and we need to win together, and we can win only if we will be strong, and we will be strong in our answers to challenges, and of course, in a future geostrategical reconstruction, as we discuss in this panel, in terms of our global security and global new approaches to organization our global world after this after finish the war, after our win, etc. I want to say thank you for Mr. Lopata for inviting, and I want to say personally that before war, 1 month before war, we had amendment to establish a commission about future in Ukrainian parliament. But when war started, the present became more important for us than future. But I want to say that I commit that we start to try again to think about future in Ukraine. Because now we have enough information and we have enough experience and happy that will be very useful to build in future. And we understand we need to share it with you, to share it with our friend, and we will be. We feel our responsibility of this part of this work. Thank you very much for attention, and thank you very much for support Ukraine.
Thank you for Mr. Kornienko, but there is opportunity to give a second round of applause for him personally, because today he celebrates his birthday, so. And definitely, I can just agree that we have to learn. On the one hand, we will have to learn from you how to fight our major adversary in the European continent. On the other hand, how to do the reforms while you're still fighting the war. So it would be interesting to hear at least a couple of sentences how you see your European integration as the future challenge or opportunity.
On other side, on other hand, it's opportunity, of course, because 80% of Ukraine support EU integration. It's much more than was in some countries who was candidate, as I know. And of course, for us, it's not only about something practical, it's about something spiritual. Because Ukraine, all in all, Ukrainians received this feeling, this understanding that we're part of Europe, we're part of family, and Europe in our heart. And you saw these pictures when people dying with not only with EU flag, but with flag of not only with UA flag, but with flag of European Union. And of course, in practical terms, it's about some adaptation, our legislation. We work on this hard, and we haven't enough plenary session like EU parliaments because of war. We have special opportunities to plenary 2-3 times to 2 months, but all this plenary we vote on something from our tasks from Euro Commission, from our commitments, from our necessary laws to association agreement with EU, and it's very big part of our agenda right now. I think about 65-70% of our agenda in Parliament, it's about EU integration all in all. I'm personally responsible responsible for the logistic part of this in Parliament. I'm work with our special subcommittees that we was established in each committees. We established special subcommittees to EU integration, and they work closely with our special reform organization in Ukraine. That work with Euro Commission, they work with government, etc., etc. And of course, we very fulfill from experience of Baltic countries, of Poland, of our colleagues who was candidate not so a long time ago as Portugal, for example, and Sweden. And of course, we use experience of our colleagues to make our integration more simple, but we understand that it will be some own way of Ukraine. And in political terms, we wait to open negotiations this year, and I want only say thanks for Sweden for your part of this, because 1/2 of year is responsibility of Sweden, but next part of year will be Spain responsibility, and we believe in Spain much more than we believe any time ago. But we know that it will be decision of all countries. It will be decision of society, of EU, and we work with all stakeholders, with all parts of this to do in our best in this, and to do it beside of war, because we know existentially that one of the Putin goals is to make Ukrainian fail state, but not only Ukrainian. It's to make democracy like fail way to live, yeah, like failed ideology. And of course, our way to integration, it's way to democracy, to more democracy, because of not only of Copenhagen criteria by paper, but in mind. And of course, we know that it's part of our existential responsibility to make Ukrainian successful, like part of EU, like part of NATO, and like membership, and like partner to all Western world in this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And let us continue our panel with Mr. Bernard Jenkins, Chair of the Liaison Committee, House of Commons, Parliament of the United Kingdom. And Mr. Jenkins has really very lightly put it, we should not be deterred by Putin's so-called red lines. And I think that is exactly what Mr. Kornienko was saying just a second ago.
Thank you, Madam Vice Minister. And I'm very cheered by your appointment to lead the EU delegation in Washington, because I think the message you will take there to thank the Americans for their huge support in Ukraine, but also to keep Washington awake that the Russian threat in Europe is a threat to the United States' national interests too. So congratulations on your appointment. It's an honor to speak both after Margarita. We felt your heartfelt address. Thank you for that. And thank you for your leadership of OSCE. And also, Alexander, it's an honor to speak after you. It's an honor to be here with the Ukrainian delegation and to be able to give you our support. And my remarks, I am chairman of the Liaison Committee, which is the committee of all committees in the House of Commons. And I will be speaking about the work we're involved in that is directly relevant to the remit of this conference. But forgive me if I also go back to the issue of Ukraine, because it's such a lesson for us. During the Second World War, at a time of geostrategic restructuring of the world, one might say, Parliament would question Winston Churchill in secret on national strategy. But that kind of dialogue between Parliament and government seems a world away from what we do most of the time today. Today we live in an atmosphere of immediacy, communication faster than ever, spreads across the globe in an instant. We all get our quick fix by watching the next short video that is provided on social media. There's near limitless instant information available, which overwhelms us at the touch of a button. And politicians in the West have consequently become focused on the very short-term, immediate, impulsive, reactive change, often looking only as far ahead as the next election, rather than the longer term. Small wonder that the world is in a mess over energy security, climate change, food security, population growth, and a long-term perspective about how to protect global security and the international trading system upon which we all depend. We can recall the words of Sun Tzu, the great Chinese warrior. Strategy without tactics is the slowest way to victory, but he added, tactics without strategy is just the noise before defeat. And in the UK, cross-party select committees are used in our system to examine the work of government departments. All select committees compare the work completed with longer-term strategic goals. It's in the instinct of our Parliament. And from 2010, I chaired a committee overseeing the centre of government, and I did several inquiries and reports on encouraging longer-term strategic thinking in the civil service and Whitehall over a period of 10 years. The liaison committee, which I now chair, is embarking on an inquiry about how to promote strategic thinking within the select committee system so that it promotes, that scrutiny promotes the right sort of thinking in government, continuity of thought, foresight. And we want to make this much more explicit in our system in the same way, following the example of other parliaments represented here. The greatest advertisement of the strategic failure of the democratic world is the war in Ukraine. We could just say, oh, that's all just hindsight, but we ignored the signals. We allowed the invasion of Ukraine to stand. We did nothing after the invasion of Georgia. We did nothing in reaction to Putin's explicit speeches at several conferences explaining what he would do. And now we are faced with this most immediate strategic challenge, which is not just another crisis to be managed along the day job, which is the default of Western democracies. Oh, there's a war in Afghanistan, there's a war in Ukraine, let's just carry on with our domestic politics. This is a war that must be fought and won. All the major challenges in the world today, the ability for the world to address climate change, overpopulation, poverty, famine, the future of everything, and the sustainability of everything, all hinges on the outcome of what happens in Ukraine. Ukraine herself hangs in the balance between either becoming a part-occupied vassal state of Putin, like Belarus, or a fully liberated Western democratic nation and a member of the EU and NATO. Russia will claim victory from any outcome which falls short of that ideal. For Russia, a Ukrainian victory, which would be reclamation of the occupied territories, including Crimea, would not necessarily lead to the collapse of Russia. It may well result in Putin's removal, but Russia and Russian culture is now so firmly in the grip of kleptocracy and authoritarianism, we cannot expect a resurgence of democracy. A victory for Russia in line with their original war aims, the so-called denazification of Ukraine, don't make me laugh, the dismantling of Ukraine's self-government, the annexation into the Russian Federation. That may seem remote at the moment, but any ceasefire or peace which in any way recognizes the gains made by Russian aggression, including the continued occupation of Crimea, would be used by Putin to claim a victory. And Russia will have legitimized the use of brute military force to project power. For the West, any kind of Russian victory would be a strategic defeat, upsetting the delicate balance upon which the current international order rests. Should Western resolve falter in Ukraine, China would be emboldened knowing it would be able to invade Taiwan with little in terms of repercussions from the West, how could the West then continue to consider itself to be free of the threat of authoritarianism? This is a linchpin moment for the West. The fate of the world hangs in the balance. Only if Russia is decisively defeated can the reverse be true. The West would then be able to demonstrate that democracy, freedom, and the rule of law will prevail, and that force cannot be used to get your way. Only this would send a resounding message to all authoritarian governments of the world, in particular China looking to Taiwan. The rest, in the event of Ukraine losing the war due to faltering Western support, it would beg an important question in the minds of non-aligned countries. Is the West genuinely concerned with the rules-based order, fair and open international system of international law, or are they only interested in profiting from it? When the going gets too hot, does the West just withdraw to protect itself? This would lead to a massive loss of influence around the world. And we've already seen Russia building influence across North Africa and the Levant, and China across the Middle East and Africa via their Belt and Road Initiative. This would result in a paradigm shift where the questions asked of the West would bring about disunity, undermining the system we must protect. Now, I raise all this because this was all predictable and predicted. It's not just hindsight. And democracy demands that all our parliaments should be better able to press these truths upon our governments for the benefit of our peoples before these events occur, so that we're better prepared for the future and for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Actually, of course, you are a very vocal speaker on Ukraine and war on Russia, and you were really very precise that we actually have seen it coming. We just haven't acknowledged that to ourselves, or we couldn't, or fear to believe. Let's put like that. But on top of that, I see in the that you have been very active in the climate coalition before, and Mr. Pacheco before was saying that we have really to be capable, really to have an eye on the other crises and other situations going on in the world. Do you believe we are capable actually to having a global strategy to deal with multiple crises? And if there is a competition, or it's more a question of tactics, how we do that?
Such an excellent question and such a difficult one. I would say that challenges tend to adopt a natural hierarchy, and the threat of the worst outbreak of state-on-state warfare in the continent of Europe, I'm afraid, just eclipses the other challenges and pushes them down the agenda. And if we cannot deal with this crisis and forestall other similar crises, we will never get on to the longer-term challenges that we need to address. I mean, somebody mentioned to me on the way in AI. You know, this is a huge existential question which we don't yet understand, and was highlighted by RAND Europe in a recent paper as one of the 5 great challenges facing the world, AI. But you know, it's just in the inside pages of our quality newspapers. It's not going to be. It's not going to preoccupy. It's not going to preoccupy the attention of political leaders when we're dealing with existential and in much more immediate threats. And climate change is the same. But look at how Putin turned up at the COP26. Was dragged into, his government turned up and was dragged into making commitments. What do those commitments mean? They're flaring off the gas they used to sell to Europe with complete disregard to the atmosphere in order to keep their gas fields open. But Putin feels immune from climate change And in fact, he thinks he will benefit from climate change. He's leveraging climate change. And China is looking at how to exploit its new dominance over Russia by finding living space for parts of China that will become uninhabitable as a result of climate change. So there is an unholy axis between China and Russia as a result of climate change. Unless we can keep the rules-based international order and the democratic world confident, we're never going to be able to tackle these other problems, which is why I put Ukraine front and center of my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your really strategic insight. Now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Andrius Kubilius, member of European Parliament, EPP group, and he is our former Prime Minister with the hands-on. So I hope, Prime Minister, you will give us really the recipe what we should do to deal with all the global challenges.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Madam Chair. Really, first of all, thanks a lot, Chairman of the Committee, Raimundas Lopata, for organizing such a conference, and then, of course, pleasure to participate in the discussion, which is led really by Vice Minister, Ambassador, and future Ambassador of EU towards United States, and it's very good, really, to discuss very ambitious, topic, geopolitical reconstruction of the world. Because that will depend very much on transatlantic unity, and that is what will be your responsibility, all that reconstruction. So really, it's my big pleasure here, to sit in this, house, in this hall, where personally I spent almost 30 years, in this building. Also being Prime Minister, sitting exactly here and answering, tough questions from opposition, which was usually sitting right here. But I never imagined that, we Lithuanians will have such a possibility to discuss how to, geopolitically reconstruct the world. That shows our ambitions. Well, we, at the very beginning of 1990s, we learned how to deconstruct, Soviet Union, or how to deconstruct, Berlin Wall, and we participated in that, operation. I see here Vilja, Emanuelis was somewhere, disappeared as always, but those, my colleagues with whom we really were learning all that experience. And now I am feeling that we are living at the moment where I would, in some kind of metaphorical way, would say we are looking how to deconstruct Kremlin walls, authoritarian Kremlin walls. That is what I have in mind, and that is why I'll try to speak out a little bit. But first of all, when we are speaking about future, long-term, visions, long-term strategies, I remember very well, because I was also in some way, fan of such kind of, discussions and debates. I remember one Danish expert who said, look, if you are trying to speak about the future, you need to speak about not future of tomorrow or, day after tomorrow, but you need to try to imagine the future in 30 years' time. And when you are trying to imagine the future of, in 30 years' time, the first precondition is you need to abandon what you know about the world of today. You need to, have a free space, to think, to use your, rational fantasy in order to imagine, what can happen during 30 years. And of course, we can see, very clearly, technologies will change, very radically. I remember very well 30 years ago, well, back in 1988, in the headquarters of our, Sąjūdis movement, our Popular Front movement, opposite end of, Gedimino Street, I saw the first time a fax machine, which was brought by Lithuanian, immigrants from Chicago. Now I'm asking younger generation, students, do you know what does it mean, fax machine? Somebody said, well, I know some kind of sort of Danish beer, fax. No, it disappeared. So if we are looking, into next 30 years, What will be, the technologies? I don't know. I don't know if my iPhone really will survive, all that change of technologies. I can imagine that really in 30 years' time, some younger generation will sit down in this hall, and will discuss geopolitical restructuring of the world, looking into the papers which will be produced for that topic by artificial intelligence. Well, I don't know, maybe that will happen, maybe not, but we need to see, in such a way how things can change. The same with geopolitics. 30 years ago, we, 1993, we were just, regained, we were the country which just regained independence, everything chaotic, economy, in deep, at the deep bottom. Our GDP per capita at that time was less than 30% of EU average. Now, we are coming, up to the level of EU average. We overcame, Greece, Portugal, maybe, even, and Spain. The most important is that we, by 1%, overcame our Estonian neighbors. And now we are looking, next 30 years, how to reach Sweden, That's our dream. So, what will happen with geopolitical situation during the next 30 years, really, it demands from us some kind of creative thinking. And when we're talking about, such an ambitious title, how geopolitically, geopolitical reconstruction of the world, I would say that, there are two, directions which we can discuss. One is where geopolitical reconstruction will happen by itself, where some kind of processes which we can very, it would be very difficult for us to influence them. They will make a very big influence on geopolitical tendencies. Growth of Africa, from 1.5 billion up to, what United Nations are predicting, perhaps 4 billion till the end of the century. That will have major impact. Diminishing population of China and rising, India, again, can have major impact, and we shall not perhaps influence, how things will develop. Of course, climate change, will influence, and Green Deal will influence. If, the world will start to abandon oil and gas, for some countries which are now, exporting oil and gas, I have in mind also, Russia, it can have major impact on their development in the future. So, last point of those, let's say, geopolitical developments which are happening by itself, I should remind everybody the famous book of Samuel Huntington, Third Wave, 3 waves of democratization during the 20th century. Since I came into politics from physics, now if you will look into the graphic of Samuel Huntington, definitely during this decade, the 4th wave of democratization should start. No, maybe not this decade, but nevertheless, time is coming for next wave of democratization, of spreading democracy into new territories. So when we are talking about, the future of democracy in a very pessimistic way, don't forget Samuel Huntington. That's my very simple advice. And of course, those are, you can name even more of those, developments, global developments during the next 30 years, which will influence geopolitical structures, geopolitical global order. But I would like to move into, another direction. Geopolitical reconstruction of the world which we can influence. And that is where I would like to speak about a little bit, few comments. Madam Chair kicked me out when, stop me, when I will be speaking too long. But, I would like to speak about really geopolitical reconstruction of the eastern part of the European continent, which very much depends on us. And I would say why we need to speak about that, because this is the only way for sustainable peace on the European continent. What we are facing now, we see very clearly how this peace was destroyed, by whom? By authoritarian Russia. And, we need to understand what is the way out from this, very deep geopolitical crisis on the European continent. The way out is, is very simple. We need to remember historical, truth. Democracies are not fighting each other. So if we want to have or to see in 30 years' time how we can, reconstruct European continent in order to have sustainable peace, we need to think how, to assist transformation of Russia back to normal, democratic development. And here, Ukraine is playing and will play most important role. Because in order really to look what is needed to be done in order to achieve such a goal, for absolutely, needed for sustainable peace on the European continent, not a ceasefire, not a, Minsk free agreement, we need to see what, how we can help Russian society. First of all, we need to help them to abandon post-imperial dream to restore empire. What is needed to be done from that point of view? First of all, Ukraine needs to defeat Russia with our assistance, with our military assistance. This is precondition, of that victory, and this is what we need to do, and that is part of this, reconstruction strategy. Second, international tribunal to war crimes to Putin, in order to show Russian people what, really, where this dream to restore empire brought, the whole European continent, Ukraine, and Russia itself. And the last point from that point of view, Ukraine membership in NATO. Now, as not only as a security guarantee for Ukraine, but also as a message to Russian society, forget about restoration of empire, Ukraine is gone. Ukraine is on the western side. That's, that would be also a very powerful signal. And from another side, if we can see what is needed to be done in order to assist Russian people to abandon the dream to restore empire, we need to see what we can do in order to help Russian people to have another dream of normal life, of European life. And here again, success of Ukraine can be an inspirational, example to Russian society to follow the same way. What does it mean, success of Ukraine? It's not only victory, it's not only reconstruction after the war, but also integration towards EU, membership in EU. Because in all this area of, let's say, post-Berlin Wall area, you will not find any single country which was able to create its own success being alone. Only through integration towards EU, through integration towards single market, that was what the countries managed to achieve. So if we want to know again, that is a question to us, not only to Ukraine. If we want to see this reconstruction of eastern part of, European continent, if we want to assist Russian transformation, then the first thing is what we need to do. We need to do everything what depends on us to create Ukrainian success. And that is, exactly enlargement, which should become much more ambitious, as it was during when we were entering EU. And then, of course, what we can try to do now, in addition to that, we can try, as European Union, we can try to develop, the future strategy, how our relations with democratic Russia after Putin will be, developed. What we shall offer democratic Russia. Maybe we shall not offer them, membership in EU, but we can offer free trade, visa-free and things like that. What would help Russian people even now to understand that after Putin they will have a possibility for normal life. So I stop here. Really, thanks a lot again for this, how to say, provocation with such a, with such a discussion about how to reconstruct, geopolitically the world. We're ready. We're ready. We can do, at least in our region.
Thank you very much. As we don't have the academic discussion, so I will not go to the Huntington's abilities to predict the world, but you know, there is a high tie and low tie. And I would turn to our next panelist, who's Mr. Zaid Al-Husseini, president of the International Peace Institute, but for some people in the media, he is the human rights hero. Do you believe that actually we are approaching this next wave of democracies and next wave of the rise of human rights, or we are actually more on the low tide at the moment?
Well, thank you, Vice Minister, for introducing me, and it's an honor for me to be here at the Lithuanian Seimas. I think it's both at the same time. These are mutually exclusive conditions in the minds of most, but the reality basically dictates that we live contradictions on a daily basis. But I'd like to start off my brief intervention on human rights. 5 years ago, Vladimir Kara-Murza, of course, well known to everyone here, recently imprisoned, sentenced for 25 years for having pointed out the iniquity of the war that was launched by Putin against Ukraine. 5 years ago, he was at a dinner in New York, and he spoke very eloquently, as he normally does. And an American audience member said to him, Vladimir, okay, you say Putin is attacking the Millennium Organization, Sakharov's organization. This is terrible, but why should we in the United States care? Russia is 8,000 miles away. We have our own problems. It's far away for us. And Vladimir said to him, look, if Putin can do this to his own people, just imagine what he can do to you. And of course, the Ukrainians don't need to imagine this. They're living it on a daily basis. And the people of Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania don't need to have an expansive imagination either to understand what the future will bring to them, if, for the very reasons so eloquently pointed out by other panel members, if the right measures and steps are not taken and the Ukrainians force the Russian troops back to pre-2014 boundaries. And the lesson is, if we ignore the human rights conditions in other countries, it is ultimately to our detriment, really. And in too many places, to answer your question, universal human rights and democratic norms are under severe strain, with Russia and China anchoring the authoritarian pole, the US and Europe trying to hold, and of course the West more generally, trying to hold the opposite condition as the only alternative. But there are many countries, as was pointed out before, that are stretched in between, lurching either toward one pole or the other, and with many not entirely convinced of the merits of the West's position on Ukraine, notwithstanding the violation by Russia of Uskogan's norms and a load-bearing pillar of international law. And all of us, as was pointed out, all of us as humanity weighed down by human struggles while nature turns on us in the form of anthropogenic climate change and pathogenic attack. Now, of course, European solidarity in the face of what's happening in Ukraine remains critical. But I would echo and basically agree with everyone who said this. Populism is a poison, and parliamentarians in Europe must eschew it, whether it is from the right or from the left, especially at the extremes, of course. And pandering to our baser instincts to win votes is lamentable, self-defeating in the end, and stupid, really. We need to ensure that governance is clean. Illiberal democracies are almost by definition corrupt in many more ways than one, foremost in the way that they render executive power beyond challenge. Also, for the UN, there have been lessons that have been pointed out. I wish to cite a few. For the Secretariat, It has to act as the referee we expect it to be and uphold international norms by confronting the states that violate them. Future historians will be withering in their criticism of the organization's handling of Russia's threats to Ukraine in the run-up to February 2022. I served as the UN Human Rights Chief up until 2018, and we have a monitoring mission. The UN has a monitoring mission along with OSCE in Ukraine. When Putin was making his assertions in the days leading up to the invasion, the UN leadership, I'm not talking about the Security Council here, the UN leadership should have responded point by point every day and not waited until the invasion began. For me, this is unforgivable, because in the minds of people in India, in Pakistan, in Colombia, Nicaragua, many countries, it seems to be basically a conflict between the West and Russia and China on the other side. The arbiter, the neutral power, the UN Secretariat, should have been very vocal in pushing back on Putin's claims. And when I was serving in the UN, all the reports are there and all the evidence is there. The silence is unforgivable. Today, the overall global weaknesses are fantastic in their size. I mean, the fragility of the international system is more than evident to us, and yet we harbor a bias in favor of their resilience. We sort of expect that these institutions are going to continue. Why? I mean, the collapse may happen much sooner than you think. We're going to reach an overshoot of 1.5, or let's say over 1.5, soon after 2030. There's no reason to imagine or think that somehow these institutions are going to continue. They will degrade with the degradation of the global environment. So we also, finally, need to understand the sort of sorcery of time. And I think Tolstoy points it out in War and Peace most eloquently and beautifully. There's a sort of strange space between thinking we have time to solve these problems, and then suddenly finding ourselves without time. And in that transition, we simply don't know what happens. And of course, for those who've read Tolstoy, and I'm sure all of you have, there's this beautiful lyrical expression of this. And I fear we're reaching this point quite quickly. We need to take practical steps to confront these colossal changes. I'm not a believer in wholesale change. We're not capable of that. We are capable of small adjustments. And to correct the path we're on, we only need to make small adjustments. But for that, we need to have the right people in the right place at the right time. It's not everyone, it's the right people. And we can make these changes happen. And we don't need reformulations. First of all, they're not possible, and they're not needed either. My hope for this conference in bringing parliamentarians together in this key strategic, critical part of the world is that we will begin to deliver on that particular promise. And I thank you very much for inviting me here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insights. As you have noted, probably a lot of speakers and interventions in the key interventions before this panel, there was a lot of discussion about responsibilities and accountabilities. And I see that you were standing in the birth stage of International Criminal Court. Do you believe that there is really a space, as you see right now, between when it's not yet but will come soon, to actually change our point of view on this institution and actually move beyond the criminal war crimes responsibility towards the responsibility for the crimes of aggression?
Well, I think the commitment to international criminal law has to be complete. It can't be piecemeal. And I'll give you an example. The International Criminal Court has a number of witnesses for which it needs witness protection programs. States need to offer to protect witnesses who speak out and provide testimony against leaders who are committing these violent atrocities. And because of the way that we view immigration, migrants, the xenophobia, in many, many countries, many states are not willing to take them. On the one hand, you say, we want to end these atrocities. We want trials. We want people to come forward. But we're not offering protection for them when they do. And we can't have it both ways. If we're committed to it, and we're committed to putting people who commit and perpetrate these international crimes, as we call them, then we need to, across the whole chain of support, we need to ensure that our determination is there. So I would urge all parliamentarians to do more in this respect. Yes, we do need a special tribunal for the crime of aggression. That is the only alternative. But the International Criminal Court is seized with all the other crimes. It has to be supported. The government of Ukraine must be supported. They have, now almost over 40,000 cases. There were huge capacity problems. And let's not forget that for all those who would present testimony, whether it be in Ukraine or whether it be internationally, they need protection as well. Because then we've seen in other contexts, things can happen to witnesses which are terrible. And so we must be alive to that. And I believe with the parliamentarians here that support can be given.
Thank you very much. We have been discussing really many strategic things, but a lot of strategic things cannot happen if we don't stand really firmly on the ground. So now I will give the floor to Mr. Žilvinas Metzelis, founder of Kovalis Capital, how capital can actually help us to achieve our reconstruction of the world.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to really commend the organizer for having the bravery to have me here without a script.
Sorry, closer to the mic.
Okay. Just want to commend the organizer, my dear friend, for having me here without giving me a script, because when I look at the institutions present, I can kind of expect what people have to say. And one of the main things that I wanted to say is, out of three things that we need to do, is we need to have a narrative as the collective West pro-freedom. We have to, in order to have the narrative and a story to explain to our populations, we need to accept what happened. And I'm very thankful for Mr. Husseini to give me some leads on that one. And then we need to make sure that Ukrainian people are successful, because they are protecting us from this evil. And we owe it to them, not to politicians, but to them. And it's a big difference. Now, a couple of things that I want to say, and I will keep it brief, and is that my context is that I really appreciate what you guys do, and I wouldn't be able to do it. So I would never go to politics, because I wouldn't have the patience to do what is necessary, which is you doing the job that we need you to do. But at the same time, I feel these organizations spend 90% of the time, because of the multicultural, multi-dimensional situations, making sure they don't hurt each other's feelings. Now, is that the reason we have bad outcomes for society? Yes. I think we should be a bit more honest to each other, a bit more brave to each other, and not care that much about each other's feelings, and kind of go through the real things that have happened and be able to listen to each other without fear of hurting each other. Now, a couple of numbers, and I know politicians don't want to do macroeconomics, and macroeconomics don't do politics, but let me keep it simple. Russian regime is a criminal regime that the West sent $600 billion since 2014, when the first crime was committed. Further, Western financial institutions in capital markets sent $400 billion on top, funding Gazprom, Rosneft, and et cetera, and Russian state. Now, that's $1 trillion. Simple numbers. Russia spent $75 billion yesterday on war, and we know what this war is, a criminal war against, brave Ukrainian people. Now, so why did it take us 8 years? And why, and is it possible that we're going to accept what we did? I don't believe it. Because, I'll give you simple. Again, we're now saying who exited Russia doing business, but who built Russia? Who funded Russia? Those questions are not going to be answered. So that's one. Number two is reality. The reality is we also have one of the proposals for, and we're very actively involved in how to do Ukraine reconstruction right. In order to do Ukraine reconstruction right, you need to have very clear objectives. We need to accept that Ukraine has not been a beacon of democracy and freedom and capital markets that served its people. I think it failed in a lot of respects before war. But now it has to change, and we have to help them change it, and it's our obligation for the people of Ukraine. Because without Ukrainians, I think they will be here killing my own people. So I owe them to them, and we all do. Slightly emotional here because it's reality. Now, currently, I am in touch with all international financial institutions, as well as banks and etc. I'm working with, by the way, as an investor with all the banks of the West and etc. Previously, I invested in Ukraine, Russia, and China, and my main markets are Western Europe and United States. Look, the only market I lost money 100% is Ukraine, and I would never invest in it. I did 10 years ago. Now, the reality is private markets will not be open to Ukraine, and there needs to be a forceful big investor or few investors that understand realities of Ukrainian political, socio-political system, basically to ensure that we transfer capital and expertise and rapidly, because people will come back from war and we cannot allow another failure, such as, many are cited by propaganda, they're accusing the West, I don't want to say it, these are not the same, but Libya, Iraq, Iran, these are, not Iran, Libya, Iraq, Afghanistan, because these were not Western successes, and these are the main beacons of Russian propaganda against us. We cannot allow that to happen to Ukraine. Right now, I don't see a plan. That's the reality. There's EBRD, World Bank, and etc. I don't see a plan. Have I talked to them? Yes. Don't see one. Now, I do see a plan on the other side, though. I think China has a plan for Russia. That's very clear and transparent to me, but just want to let you know that. Open to questions, and again, thank you for where we are, and we're obviously open to share our views and our perspectives to anybody that cares. But for us, it's extremely hard to be in this room because investors don't go and talk to politicians because, unfortunately, we don't spend 90% of our days, thinking about diplomacy and feelings of each other. We care about facts and figures and numbers. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. I think that the last point especially was very much to the point. Who do you think should really make the plan to ensure that investors comes to Ukraine not only when the war is over, but already now, and if at all is possible?
It is possible. It's not the forum to discuss it, but we are discussing with the relevant institutions. I'm just saying there's no... Right now, we're doing the right thing in terms of military support. We can have different opinions if it's fast enough and etc. I think we should be much more forceful, but whatever. That is accepted. We accept the crimes, yes. But in terms of when and how and who does the reconstruction and investment and transfer of expertise and capital in order for Ukraine to have a normal, law and order society. The investors like me need law and order. Ukraine didn't have that before the war. And right now, there's no plan. Obviously, we need to focus on the military urgency, yes. But in parallel, we need to ensure that people will be having hope to live in the society. And right now, that leg is not being done. Are we talking to those institutions? Yes, I just don't want to mention it because it's a bit sensitive. But I don't see the outcome yet.
Thank you. I think that that's one of the direction where we can actually work together, governments, parliamentarians, that's for sure, international institutions, and all the private sector. I think now it's really the time for the questions and answers. Maybe some remarks from the audience. It would be probably very easy to do so if you raise the hand, and then you can introduce yourself. So, and if possible, indicate for whom you dedicate the question. Please, madam.
I'm Jenny Rathbone. I'm a member of the Welsh Parliament, which is part of the United Kingdom. I think this is not a time for timidity because, yes, we have a terrible war happening in Ukraine, but we have many other wars, as Mr. Pacheco reminded us of, going on as well, and they are just as relevant to the future of humanity, and we need to address them as well. There are no winners in a nuclear war, so I'm very pleased that at the efforts that are being made to democratize NATO, so that we just don't have big military powers making decisions which would affect the whole of the world. We have been very slow, really, to learn from our mistakes in Europe. We made terrible mistakes in the First World War. We thought it would all be over by Christmas. And then we made a settlement with Germany which made it possible for fascism to rise. So we absolutely need to prepare for the rehabilitation of the Ukraine, but also for the rehabilitation of the people of Russia. We have no war with the people of Russia. And we in the West are partly responsible for the rise of these kleptocracies that Mr. Jenkin referred to, and much of that money landed up in London, and we have done nothing about that. Much of London is now owned by Russian kleptocrats. So we have a lot to do ourselves, and we have to remind ourselves that democracy is not a one-way street. Certainly there are currents that are undermining our democracy. You know, the social media is not controlled by anybody, and multinational companies are bigger than most countries. And we have to ensure that the profit is not allowed to wreck the world. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the remarks, Mrs. Sederfeld. Do you agree that this is the recipe, actually, to look to ourselves, to look at the mirror, if we want really to consolidate democracies?
Thank you. Yes, I think it's important to look at ourselves, and also, of course, that there are other wars than Russia's war against Ukraine. I think that's also important to know. And when there is a huge war, you never know what will happen next, because it's sometimes like a pandemic. It gets more and more involved and affected. I would also say that I think we need to cooperate with the financial sector. And we should also recognize the financial sector, because with the financial sector there is job, there is opportunity, there is development. I think this is also important, and not just say that the financial sector is something negative. It's also something very positive, particularly when it comes to democracy and democratic countries. Regulations, that's of course important. And if I should say one more comment that I think is important here as well, it shows that all the discussion we have had today, it shows that we need to cooperate more between countries. We need to have the multilateral contacts, not only on the governmental side, also on the parliamentarian side, because the issues we are dealing with is not ending at the border. It goes far beyond. And European Parliament is one important actor, IPU is another important actor, but we need also to think forward. What can more be done? And let me mention here what was said by Mr. Pacheco. I think this is an issue about decision-making that's relevant for all international organizations. I can see in OSCE, decision is taken with consensus -1 if it's in the Parliamentary Assembly to change our rules of procedure. It's also consensus -1. Political decision in our plenary, it's a majority. But to have a change and an impact of international organizations towards today's challenges, we need to develop the organizations. Otherwise, I can see it's difficult to be relevant in today's world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there are other panelists who would like to jump with the comments, yes, please, Mr. Jenkins.
Briefly, very much welcome Jenny Rathbone and 3 representatives of the Welsh Senedd. How the United Kingdom has changed in recent decades, that we now have parliaments in the United Kingdom, and I believe there's a representative of the Scottish Parliament as well. So I'm very proud to be part of a multi-parliament delegation. But yes, there are other wars in the world that are certainly as significant for those people as they are in Ukraine. What's going on in Sudan should break all our hearts. But I don't think there's any war like the Ukraine war, which has the ability to transform the geopolitical situation and to be exploited by authoritarian regimes like China and Russia in the way that it can. Yes, I think all Western governments have a responsibility to help the Russian people recover from this terrible period in the longer term. No, I don't accept that the West is somehow responsible for how Russia is. Russia's economy is not a regulated market economy. Adam Smith was a great Scottish moralist who believed that unregulated capitalism was a great danger to society, and I'm afraid that's what's happened in Russia, and I don't think we can be held responsible for that, though we all should do something about what's happening in the international capital markets that enable kleptocrats to shelter their gains. The sanctions are doing something about that. And finally, I would just say, yes, we would all be appalled at the prospect of a nuclear war, but surely one lesson of the Ukraine war is if we had not taken away Ukraine's nuclear weapons, it seems most unlikely that President Putin would have attacked Ukraine. So unilateralism doesn't work. Let's celebrate the fact that 3 of the world's great democracies are possessors of nuclear weapons and have managed broadly to keep the peace in the world as a result, and that wars have tended to occur between states which either do not have nuclear weapons or where only one side has a nuclear weapon. And I hope very much that we can learn from all this and share our different political perspectives to build a consensus that through the mechanisms we want to develop for our parliaments, because I sit on committees with Welsh nationalists, well, actually, unfortunately, they're not very well represented in our parliament, but certainly with Scottish nationalists, and we work together. And I think that's the importance of this conference. Strategic thinking has to be a cross-party, consensual exercise, a consensual effort, because that's the only way you can provide continuity in democracies where there are regular changes of government. And the most successful examples in the UK of strategic policies, and if we look at things like counter-terrorism, the continuous at sea strategic nuclear deterrent, the sustainment of the National Health Service, although that is very argued about, there are very many strategic long-term things which democracies can manage, and I think we need to learn from the success of those efforts and apply them to new challenges like climate change, like international cooperation for peace and security, in order to make sure that we provide for the future of our citizens and our children and our children's children. So thank you for your remarks.
Thank you very much. And as being a very humble civil service from the executive branch, I would ask the members of Parliament to keep to short and condensed answer. Mr. Pacheco, you wanted to react, please.
Yes, please, very shortly. But when we talk about NATO, maybe one day we will wake up and we will discover that Mr. Putin was one agent of NATO, and we didn't know that. He achieved more for NATO than many politicians from the West. It shows the relevance of NATO. It seems that NATO will disappear. The mission of NATO was finished, and it gave relevance to NATO. He got the enlargement of NATO to Sweden and Finland, something that maybe 5 years ago no one believes. And he achieved the relevance of investment in defense in the West, at the West countries, that was unpopular in many West countries. We remember then when we have the target of 2% of GDP to defense, and it is not popular in our countries. Now, everyone accepts it. So maybe we discovered that Mr. Putin was an agent of NATO, and we didn't know that before this invasion. But the second point that I wish to raise, this is not against Russia. It's a war of totalitarianism against democracy. I always give the relevance. We have friends from Uruguay. You know the special relations that we have, Portugal and Brazil. We are brothers. But if one day a crazy leader in Brazil decides to invade Uruguay, we have the same problem. So this is nothing against the Russian people and against Russia. This is a war of autocracies against democracy. And this is why we don't have, it's not possible to be neutral. We need to be on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you. Very short remark from Mr. Kubilius, and then we will turn to the questions of the audience.
Well, thanks a lot for a very good question. Since I am also standing rapporteur on Russia in the European Parliament, so I would try to say a few words. What should be really our strategic goal? Again, I can repeat, to help Russian people to transform their country back to normal statehood. And for that reason, we need to understand what is Russia's problem in general. And I'm always repeating that we need to see that Russia is a country which is going through, through post-imperial, period. Empire of Russia started to collapse, back in 1990, but still it's going on. Post-imperial syndromes usually are very painful for former empires. If you look, well, I cannot tell you better about British history, but perhaps everybody remembers, France in the 50s, how difficult it was, for France to abandon their colonies in North Africa, Algeria, and so on and so on. And only de Gaulle came and, stabilized the situation and defended in some way democracy in France itself. So what has happened in Russia? Back in the 1990s, Soviet Union started to collapse, empire started to collapse. Nostalgia to imperial glory was quite strong in society. In all those, societies which are going through very, revolutionary changes, like in our also, nostalgia to the past is unavoidable phenomena. And in Russia, again, this nostalgia to imperial past started to appear more and more, visibly. But unfortunately, unfortunate developments in Russia was that they got not at the goal, but they got Putin at that time, who started to employ this nostalgia to the past for to keep loyalty of the people to his regime. Our mistake was that in how we could and what we need to do, and what was our mistake during recent decades. We kept Ukraine in the gray zone all the time. We were not offering them either membership in NATO, or either even membership in the European Union. And that was temptation for Kremlin to think that, they can do what they want. That this is, that West is, afraid or whatever, to bring Ukraine where it wants to be. So we need to change that mistake in order not only to help Ukraine, but also in order to help Russian people. Because we need to help them to abandon this dream to restore empire. And how you can do that? Don't keep Ukraine in the gray zone as a temptation for Russia.
Thank you. Ambassador, you wanted a question?
Thank you very much. Rytis Pulauskas, I'm Lithuanian ambassador to UN. And first of all, I really sincerely would like to thank Professor Raimundas Lopata and also the moderator Jovita, my colleague Jovita, for really this wonderful and very inspiring discussion and moderation. Well, there is, of course, in New York, we don't have the shortage of these debates on the future of the world, but here it's also very, very important to hear the parliamentarian voice. A few points. After listening the debate here, I would really probably would like to point one aspect which I think might be relevant. When we speak about the irrelevance of the UN, I would probably go to one of the notions saying that there are no defunct systems, that every system produces the results suitable for those most powerful within the system and they would produce exactly the results the most powerful would like to. And I'm speaking about really who might be the most powerful within the system. This will be, I would say, perhaps the ones who have the veto power. And probably I would suggest that at this stage, they are not exactly willing to relinquish of these powers. Well, and I would be keen on asking the panelists, and probably also would address this to Mr. Jenkins, about how we would be defining the responsible global powers, new emerging powers. How in the future, which elements we would be willing to see in the country's behavior that's, which would be important to, once again, to get back to the international rules-based order. Well, the second aspect is I think these transformative processes will be really slow, and we will really need to have the patience. That's very obvious for us in New York, and because the discussions about the reforms, they are ongoing for almost 30 years now. Well, the other aspect which I would be also keen on pointing out is about the adaptive challenges we will be facing. And many of you really spoke about the climate change. That's without any doubt one of the most pressing priorities for the Pacific island states. But also, of course, the development aspect is truly a pressing issue. And here I was also listening distinguished speaker Andrius Kubilius, and really truly respecting what he says, that we really need to focus on what we can influence. But also I should think that we, within this region, we should also go a little bit beyond and trying to approach also the other countries in other regions, and I'm speaking about the global South countries, where what I do see right now is really an ongoing battle for their minds and hearts, and these battles have been waged by really the most influential partners within the system. And the last point about really technologies versus people. Here I would say that's one of the, again, really pressing challenges. It's about the changing and creating the equal opportunities for the education. That's probably not the sole this won't perhaps solve all the issues, but this would really increase the much better understanding and the capacities of really managing the technological issues. And again, probably we will not be focusing on the stores and also the individuals, but we should be focusing on the communities. So these are my short observations. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. But as there was only one question, and it was indicated that Sir Jenkins, you have to reply. But I will give the next question possibility to ask for the next in line. But would really ask you to give questions, maybe less than remarks. Please, Mr. Jenkins.
I will be very brief, but thank you for your most interesting remarks. I think the main question you wanted me to address was basically how should the UN engage emerging powers which don't have a stake, like the P5 powers, for example, in the UN? And the answer is, I don't know. The UN is an institution that grew out of the end of the Second World War, when the world was very different. My one principle would be is that international institutions tend to add up to less than the sum of their parts, that the authority and legitimacy to exercise power remains at national level, and that international institutions that respect the sovereignty of their member states will be the international institutions that are most useful. So maybe your question should be rephrased. How does the international legal order that the UN has created give equal respect to the sovereignty of the emerging powers in the way that perhaps they don't feel respected by the present system? And I think that is the emerging powers and the non-aligned states are the theatre of competition between the autocratic states and the democratic states. And the future of the world will be determined about who wins those states to their system. So you ask a very critical question, and I'm very grateful for it, but I'm not sure I can answer it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the other elements will be discussed in the other panels today and tomorrow. Please, Vilija.
Thank you, dear Ambassador. I'm not sure I will be giving the question, but I'd like only to make a remark. And I propose to distinguished speakers and all participants a comparison from the healthcare area. If we speak about the future of the world, we can comprise the world as to the patient, yes. The world has a lot of diseases. If we are going through the corpse of the world, a lot of diseases. But some parts of this corpse experience acute illnesses. And it was very important what has been said about strategy and tactics, and especially the question asked by my dear President Margareta Zederfeld, with whom we work in the OEC Parliamentary Assembly. Was it predictable that not only acute illness will occur in Europe, but we can compare it to malignant tumor even? Yes, it was, and I will not continue, you know, it was very much predictable. But what's important? If you want to escape cancer, it's important to think about what you eat. Russia ate a lot. Russia ate too much and much too much, but not the people of Russia, but oligarchs, KGBists, and simply thieves. They were misusing this was what the West gave to them. So Russia must experience the diet, and we have to invite some serious surgeon. Now Ukraine fulfills this role. and to remove malignant tumor. This is very important because the whole corpse can die when very dangerous tumor occurs. But it doesn't matter that we should be indifferent to other diseases. And then we come to what? To the strategy, to the problem of long-term strategies. And not to think in a manner that this corpse is the West and the rest. No, not at all. We have seen for many years that Russia has been active in Africa. China has been active in... What we needed to do in the past, to develop serious strategies with, of course, democratic approach, human approach. I'm very, very grateful to all of you, dear distinguished speakers. It was very good insight. Thank you, my colleague Raimundas, for organizing it. I think that this understanding of malignant tumor can help even the people in Africa or somewhere else understand why do we concentrate so much on Ukraine? Because it's dangerous to the whole corpse. I'm sorry for this medicine, for this healthcare comparison. Moreover, that I'm not a medical doctor, but it was my idea when I was listening to your speeches. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The last question, gentleman here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Miroslav Gregoric. I am from Parliament member of Slovenia from the Freedom Party. And I was carefully listening these presentations this morning. And we are on the Congress, on the conference, where we will discuss the strategic foresight. And I'm originally in mechanical engineering, working in the nuclear area, nuclear safety. So I always count on root cause and root cause analysis. So there were two questions, there were more questions that raised my awareness. And the first was, why did we not predict the war? Well, yes, indeed, why not? Why all politicians and decision makers in the West did not bother to listen to warnings on NATO expansion towards Russian borders? And I will count few of the authors that I'm pretty sure you know. William Burns, CIA director, he warned twice, 1995 and 2008. Robert Gates, George Kennan, the author of Soviet Union Confinement in 1998. Madeleine Albright, Stroop Talbot, Professor Mersheim from Chicago University, many times. Professor Noam Chomsky, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, Honorable Diplomat Kissinger, and 50 prominent foreign policy experts that signed a letter, open letter to President Clinton in 1997. And I quote only one sentence. We believe that the current US-led effort to expand NATO is a policy error of historic proportions that would unsettle European stability, and this was also supported by Sam Nunn, who was one of the signatories, and Edward Luftwak. So I would like to listen, to hear from you why we did not predict the war. And the second sentence that struck me was by the distinguished chair who is leading our debate, that she said, shock is needed to wake us up, approximately like this. And it is a sin not to react when international law is or was broken. Well, indeed, but why did we sleep over during the aggression against Iraq, Libya, that was put back to Middle Ages, Yemen, Serbia, Afghanistan, when the West tried to, including my country, Slovenia, tried to transplant Western democracy for 20 years, and we miserably failed. And maybe, did I mention Yemen? So, what kind of shock we need? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We rely very much on Slovenian forces to come to defense when we talk about deterrence of Russia in NATO. So I hope Slovenia will be the first one. I saw Mr. Kubilius wanted to react.
Well, you just almost answered, distinguished representative of Slovenia put very clear question, but I have really also question, why Slovenia joined NATO? No, so for me it's quite, you know, quite a question. But more seriously, look, you know, I remember very well, you know, end of Soviet Union. And, you know, here was a lot of distinguished, you know, experts, maybe even some of them you mentioned, who were saying, you know, look, keep stability in Soviet Union. Because if, you know, you will fight for your independence, Lithuania, then Gorbachev will fail and that will be collapse. Luckily, we are not listening to that advice. Now we have, you know, freedom, we have independence, we have democracy, and we are, you know, developing ourselves. And luckily, Slovenia also went the same way. You know. So why we are going to deny the same right to Ukraine? I would say opposite. Mistake was, you know, not that NATO was expanding. Mistake was that NATO was not expanding enough, not taking Ukraine, not taking, you know, other Eastern countries, you know, which, you know, again and again, I can repeat the same. That was how, you know, the West allowed Putin and Kremlin regime to live with that temptation, maybe we can come back. That is what created the war. And that is how, you know, and the lesson which we need to learn, that the West needs to be much more courageous, you know, and to take strategic responsibility on the neighborhood with, you know, using its soft power, and soft power is enlargement of the West. That is what we need to talk.
Thank you very much. The last comment from Mr. Husseini, please.
No, it just, because when the honorable gentleman from Slovenia spoke, it struck me that the dates are important. One cannot underestimate the effect that the Second Chechen War had on Western thinking. And if you all recall the Second Chechen War and what happened to Grozny, the feeling was that, yes, we had a new Russia, but it was still old wine in a new bottle, and the fears were very much real. One also needs to separate the issues because each one has its own particular case. I completely agree with you when it comes to Iraq and other cases where wars were prosecuted in a way that wasn't lawful. And what is required is moral consistency. You can't be strongly supportive of the actions in one context. For instance, in the case of Syria, many Western countries were full of denunciation for what the Syrian government, together with Iran and Russia, were doing. But when it came to Yemen, we're being very quiet about it. And I agree with you there that there has to be moral consistency. But I have to be clear here. You know, countries in the global south will often point to the global north and say, you people are hypocrites. You know, you're all full of double standards. But that double standard also applies to countries of the global south. And you need to look at independent institutions to maintain the moral consistency. And to the maximum extent possible, governments, parliaments must also adhere to it. Playing fast and loose with rules and values is to the detriment of everyone. And I think the more we can stick to that, the better it is for everyone.
Thank you very much. I was promised that this is today Alexander's birthday, so he will say the one sentence.
Maybe it will be two sentences. I would thank you for support, all who say support words to Ukraine. But I want to say about changing of Russian people. It's very important discussion, Andreas, because I think I very agree with you, Madam, with your understanding that we need a great strategy. Because I think one of the problems with prediction of war was absence of strategy before. But what strategy I'm talking about? I'm talking about strategy of understanding of Russia. Because from 1991, Western world lose expertise in this part of world. Because all Sovietology science was broken and all specialists went home, and now we haven't this expertise enough. That's why this building of strategy and building of tactical thing to change Russian society must start from building expertise and capacity of science centers, of universities, I don't know, of expertise society to understand what is it Russia society right now, because we don't understand it. Even we don't understand it, but we fight with them. But some news from outside is very strange and dangerous for us, but we fight with them on one battlefield. Wanted to say that it's very important discussion, that we need to start it.
Thank you very much. I'm sure Parliament will never invite me to chair the discussion because I don't respect time. But I really want to thank all the participants here, all the panelists. I think that it was really extremely discussion. We just started actually to get energy. I hope you can have this energy for the next round of the discussions in the afternoon. And now the floor is back to our dear organizer.
Thank you, Jovita. Thank you, panelists. Just several remarks. Number one, lunch is ready. But before that, I would like to invite you to come here for family photo. And the last one is that we are coming back at 2 p.m. strictly. Thank you very much. Please come here. Welcome everybody back. So please take your seats. We'll change.
Andrea, you're here, you're sitting here.
Now, Paul, you could be seated here. No,
Oh, you.
Or Paul. Or put it up, Paul. So, sorry, welcome back to our plenary chamber, and we continue with the work of the Congress. Allow me to introduce to you the moderators of the second plenary sessions, Mr. Emanuele Zingeris, Deputy Chair of the Committee on European Affairs, Lithuanian Parliament, and signatory to the Act of Independence of Lithuania, and Paul Massaro, Policy Advisor to the United States Helsinki Commission. So, Paul, if it's possible for you, please come here. Okay. So,
yes. Dear friends, we will mix the habits of Mediterranean type of leading the meeting and yes. I'm so glad to welcome everyone here who are, most of them are simply friends for years and years in our parliamentary activities. We will mix the Mediterranean manner and the Nordic manner to lead the meeting. And I would like to say that it's a great day for us, especially before NATO summit in July. We will have NATO summit here, and we are here in front. After 3 days, we will have summit in Reykjavik of Council of Europe head of states, first time during 17 years. Can you imagine? So we are all preparation to the summit in Reykjavik. If talking about Council of Europe framework, where register for Russia crimes against in the war of aggression of Ukraine will be established and financial obligations will be signed. And the International Tribunal probably will be encouraged to be established. Privately, I cannot understand when we are so long with establishment, understand the procedures in United Nations, so complicated for all of us. We're looking to Raimundas. We were like, where is Raimundas? Raimundas, where are you? So we would like to say to you, thank you so much. And for initiating this incredible summit. And Giedrius never said to you, thank you for all what you've done by you and by you led staff, not only staff, but friends, creating our summit. Thank you so much. I will not use Europe, the keynote speaker. I will ask my good friend Paul Massaro to chair for a while the meeting. I will start with few remarks. I see our ambassador to United Nations. So I hope that dear ambassador, all your work trying to rethink how to make the work of United Nations better, and parliamentary advisors who will be now concentrated through the future committees, probably where you Giedrius are working, yes, advisors how to reform that will be in your hands after a few months when all future committees, Raimundas is the chairman, yes, they will form the possible proposals for not easy ideas what to do in United Nations together, how to get, for example, 131 vote for establishment of International Tribunal for Russia's crime, 131. I'm so glad to see that where is she disappeared, so she is here, the president of OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. Oh yes, Margaret, I'm welcoming you again. I'm welcoming you, your huge job, especially, I'm sorry, I would like to say before I'm going to say a few words, I'm thankful that you did 5 years ago. That was me, like rapporteur for the report about our poor friend who was here in this room, Boris Nemtsov. He was killed, and it was like beginning of preparation for the war. He was warning that Mr. Putin is the war. Mr. Putin is the war in his speeches, and he was killed in front. And you did really great job making your report about Nemtsov assassination. So thank you, Margaret, for that from all our side. It was done 5 years ago, but you led OSCE, through all those stages in most proper way. Thank you for that. Okay, so you have most informal guy in this parliament, it's me. Hello for everyone. I'm here 8 times elected, and Raymond does deserve the thankfulness from our side, collecting all of us. Parliamentary side, not executive, but parliamentary side of our experience, democratic side of our experience. And now we have in front of us such a fantastic panel, including friends who were instrumental for democracy in France, like Andrzej Gotolin, in Poland, like Michał Kominski, for years and years, for tens of years, creating the democratic society, keeping them in the condition. From my point of view, I'm Jewish, means I'm Lithuanian Jewish. My mother spent 4 years in concentration camp. She died just a few months ago, and she told me, you're facing new war. I faced Second World War, you will face the other war, the real war. Please, be tough as possible and support our friends who are in need. So from my point of view, we are here to evaluate a few things just mentioned by the panel before. Why we are not reacted, Margaret, why we are not reacted, me, you, European Union, United States, to the signals that war is coming? Why we are repeating the same things what happened before Second World War, where everyone was saying that the war is coming, and 38 Munich Agreement happened, and 39 Molotov-Ribbentrop, Hitler-Stalin Agreement. Can you imagine? My mother stood in line to we have our great Japanese friend here who will tell the story about Japan in Pacific, but we have Japanese embassy and consulate who created a small entry for 6,000-7,000 Polish, Lithuanian, Jewish citizens to go away. My mother stood in a huge line, and she remembered when Moscow commissar came, Russian army invaded, and he said to my mother, go away, no independent Lithuania exists, all embassies are closed, you have no opportunity to receive visas to go to the life. That was 39. After we kept here in the Baltic, I see the Armenian representative here who were in the Democratic Front in Armenia, ambassador. Thank you for that. But we kept here our successful 22 years in the Baltic, and Poland get their 22 years of freedom before a Russia-German invasion in 39, so high during Soviet time. We never were putting our soil that we becoming like them. We not become like them. We not become like them for 50 years. Trust me, it's a huge gap in time. We not become Soviets. And the opportunity of Soviets in 39, mentioned by Andrew Kubilius, was opportunity to go away and go to the Western direction immediately. Now we are in the front of only our last dream. In our region, Sweden will become member of NATO, and we will complete our democratic structure looking to the front what Andrew Kobilius just said to you. What he said that when we will win the war in Ukraine, we will have second target, what to do with totalitarian regime inside of Russia. So if now we are not saying to Ukrainians, cross the border of Russia, so how we will deal with the ideology, with militarized education system? You can imagine new pioneer organizations are settled in every town in Russia. Education changed to most imperial item. So in Russia middle schools, in Russia universities, the Western universities are cutting their ties to Russia universities. That's absolutely new Russia coming with cut every tie to their small democratic beginning in the 90s. I was in negotiation team with Yeltsin and with Mr. Ryzhkov, two negotiation teams for Lithuanian independence. I remember my question to Mr. Yeltsin, Boris, you will be capable to clean Russia from the KGB nomenclatura? He told me, no, we will be not capable to clean Russia. We are not Baltic countries. We will not reestablish our relations to the February Democratic Revolution of 1917. And we will start from a new Russia. And I told him, no, if you will not clean Russia from your Soviet nomenclatura, you will be not capable to build a democratic country. So I see here few Russian Democrats, and few Russian Democrats will speak on TV screen after our discussion. I saw how Russians were expelled. Sergei Kovalyov, Afanasyev, they were expelled from Russia delegation to Council of Europe, Parliamentary Assembly. In 2014, can you imagine, in Parliamentary Assembly, only Lithuania and Poland and Ukraine tried to bring out Russia delegation out of Parliamentary Assembly. Always votes were like 30 votes in favor to clean assembly from Mr. Tolstoy and Mr. Slutsky presence, and 75-80, I'm sorry to say, together with Germany, together with France, against. We try to say to our friends during those 9 years, 2014, 92, war is coming. We should reshape our organization, change our regulations. And now we have voting. I don't know, Margaret, like in your parliamentary assembly, probably Vilja will say better, but in our parliamentary assembly, even leftist guys from Italy and Spain are voting, and Portugal actually, are voting for resolutions in favor of Ukraine. We have unanimous vote to delete Russia from membership, unanimous vote to declare a Russian regime like a terrorist one, unanimous, no one against. Only, where are our Georgian friends? You're here. Only some part of ruling party from Georgia abstained. I'm sorry for that. For some reason, they're telling that it was for the reason that Misha Saakashvili was included to the statement, our resolution, but after last week they avoided to vote for the last resolution in Parliamentary Assembly about Russia war of Ukraine. So we have some questions, but in general we have 99% of everyone voting in favor. So we just spent 1 hour together with IPU president of IPU, great man from Portugal, who just said to me that in IPU they have again majority, not looking of heavy working teams of Russia and China in Africa and Latin America, and they finally got majority in IPU. That was a big surprise for me. So for parliamentary side, we are more or less united, and we are ready to have our meetings here. And I heard after 2 weeks ago, our chamber here, you're sitting in the chamber voted in favor for NATO membership of Ukraine. I just get news from Polish side and from Mr. Kamiński that at night, Polish parliament voted in favor of NATO membership, and he will say how it's happened. But coming to the United Nations perspective, if Madam Roosevelt created the Resolution 48 and the 45 declaration, in both documents, Mr. Ambassador, we have in both documents mentioned it's First and Second World War. It's First and Second World War. Now we are in the stage where we don't know how we will proceed with militarized Russia, having not extremely militarized Europe and other parts of democratic world, how we will proceed with our proposals to change the statutories and to work together with Latin American countries and with African countries. And we understand that Europe is too small. Margaret, Europe is too small to create a voice of all united world in the case of Russia war and Russian atrocities in Ukraine. But we will try. We will try to collect those 131 votes for the special tribunal. And of course, we are not paranoid about Russia. Don't forget that in 1990, we have huge demonstration in Moscow for freedom of the Baltic countries from Russian democratic side. I remember Politkovskaya, I remember Starovoytova, I remember their voice. Boris Nemtsov was very young. Hundreds of thousands of Russians, freedom for the Baltic in Manezhnaya Ploshchad. So now they disappeared, now they are in jails, now they killed. But we still will have hope, and I follow my good friend Andrew Kubilius. We spent about 30 years together with Andrew, and he told us that next chapter after Ukraine is Russia, how to deal with such militarized, racist, based on racist education entity. They declare Russians first. I remember my mother told me that Germans declare German first in Klaipėda when they annexed Memel region and they annexed Danzig. So in this case, will be not Russian first. It will be democracy first. It will be parliamentary democracy first, and now our aim will be free and fair elections, real free and fair elections first. That is our goal. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Tsangaris. I've just stepped off a plane from Washington and had a couple cups of coffee, so I think I'm going to be able to get through this, but not quite sure. So if you see me dozing off, please be sure to wake me up. I want to echo your remark about that this is kind of the Hitlerian moment in history. This is it. I mean, this panel's called The Future of Democracy. The future of democracy depends on Ukrainian victory, period. And I also want to echo your remark and completely agree with this fact that some of us, particularly in the West, have had a tough time finding our spine in this regard, understanding the gravity of this moment. Some of us have done better. Certainly when we look at Central and Eastern Europe and we look at Poland or Lithuania, one of the reasons I'd really wanted to make it over here is because it seems like this region gets it. Seems like this region understands what an enormous threat Russia poses, not just to Ukraine. Of course it poses a threat to Ukraine, but it poses a threat to the world. If the Ukrainians hadn't fought, Russia would have invaded Moldova, and then it would have incurred into NATO, and then it probably would have enabled China to invade Taiwan. We'd find ourselves in a world war, and we'd be facing much harder decisions than we are today. Today's decision is crystal clear. Today's decision is support Ukraine, give Ukraine everything, all in for Ukrainian victory. And that's one of the reasons I really was determined to show up today is because I wanted to sort of give this message from our members. I work for a body called the Helsinki Commission. I'm an advisor to 9 representatives and 9 senators of the US Congress. We're sort of the Europe Commission of Congress. Recently, our leadership introduced the Ukraine Victory Resolution. I think some of you may have been aware of this, but this is Congress's voice in saying that, we need to basically state, be determined in what we stand for here, what the ultimate outcome is that we're looking for, and that is, we say again and again, we should listen to the Ukrainians, we should listen to the Ukrainians, as long as it takes, you should listen to the Ukrainians. Well, the Ukrainians are speaking, they know what they want, and what they continually say that they want is victory. So this resolution, it says, 3 sort of pillars of Ukrainian victory, that is 1991 borders, so the return to internationally recognized 1991 borders, admittance to NATO and other Euro-Atlantic institutions, and finally, justice and reconstruction, accountability for war crimes, all 3 of these things. And I'd really encourage you and urge you and hope to see this resolution, which is only 3 pages, introduced in all of your parliaments, in all of the legislatures of the free world. I'd love to assist you or your staff in drafting this and seeing it introduced, because I think our job, the problem is not one right now of resources. The problem is one, do we have the determination, do we have the pluck, do we have the moxie to defend democracy, to ensure that democracy has a future, to stop being complacent and to recognize the gravity of the moment. So, I really want to help to do that. And I think we have a panel here, a wonderful panel, that's going to help us work through that. So I normally introduce everyone on the panel, but we have quite a few, so I think I'm going to refrain from that. I'll just talk about it one at a time. And again, because the panel's so large, if you could, keep the remarks to an appropriate time limit, that would be much appreciated. So we're going to go ahead and hand the floor to Mr. Kaminsky, please.
You can go in front if you like.
I'm just, recently discovered that I'm sitting on Prime Minister's seat, which makes me both very proud and nervous. However, so I will try to be bold, and I will start the answer for this question, where is the future of democracy, with a very simple answer, with very simple words. The future of democracy is today on battlefields of Ukraine, and it's inside the cannons of Ukraine, which are firing against the Russian invasion. And I think that we have to understand, and I think that in this room, in this chamber, rather, we all understand that this war in Ukraine is not even geopolitical conflict, because obviously the fact that Russia will lose Ukraine territorially and politically, which will have an impact on Russia's imperial ambition. And without Ukraine, I think it is obvious that Russia will not be able to be an empire as Russia sees itself as an empire. So that's for sure the geopolitical dimension of this war, but it's not the only one dimension. The other one is, which was said before, we have to see this war in a line of time. What will happen if Ukraine will lose this war? It will strengthen all the dictatorships all over the world. It will not only mean that Taiwan will be rather invaded by China, but it also means that Iran will be much more stronger, which Iran will feel absolutely free to acquire a nuclear weapon. And Iran with a nuclear weapon will change the situation in the Middle East. So obviously the winning of Russia will have an impact in southern and eastern part of the world as well. So when we are talking about the future of democracy, I would like to tell you my personal view. We have to be in the future, after winning the war in Ukraine, we have to be in our approach towards the neighboring countries of the community of democracies, which is, you can name it quite easily. European Union, some not European Union, European states, USA, Canada, New Zealand, Israel, obviously, Australia, perhaps, you know, other countries will join us. Especially, we would like to see big democracies like Indonesia, like other countries in Asia, who are very close to fulfilling some, not all of them, obviously, Philippines and so on. There are problems. But we have, as a Western world, I don't like this word from obvious reasons, but when I would like to describe my proposition for our strategy, I would like to name the subject of it. So the subject of it is our community. We have to take the same approach they are taking against us. So to deal with them only in our own benefits and to do everything possible to destroy their values, to destroy their political stability, to destroy their regimes in their countries. Because we are anyway accused of doing it. Because every Russian oppositioner, including our friend Kara-Murza, who is now sentenced with 25 years, he got a Stalinist charge. He anyway, and all of his friends, they are accused of being supported by West. Even, and if it's not true, it's the same when we are talking about Chinese dissidents, about dissidents in Cuba, about dissidents in Latin America. They are always accused that they are Western agents, but unfortunately they are not. We have to support the opposition in every single country with our knowledge how to win the election, with our knowledge how to set the narrative for the societies, which will be less difficult less difficult for defeat. And I think that this aggressive approach, I have no fear using this word, because I'm sitting here in this chamber as a free elected member of Polish parliament for last 25 years. I'm sitting here in free Lithuania, being representative of a free Poland only because in 1980s some people on West were tough enough against Soviet Union. And that's the reason we are free. That Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan were tough enough, and they said to Soviet Union that what they said to them in 80s. So and look how world will be different without the defeat of Soviet Union in Cold War. How difficult it will be today. Now we have to take an approach that every citizen of the world, every nation of the world deserves the same values we are enjoying, the same benefits of democracy we are enjoying. And we have to promote it very aggressively because it is in our own interest. Because the dictators, even if they are dealing with us, they are doing exactly what I said. They are dealing with us economically for their own benefit and using this money to destroy our values. We have to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Michal. It was a miracle, I'm sorry to say, for this family of democratically elected members of parliament that you spent 25 years in active politics, presenting liberal Western values in Poland, never agreeing with compromises inside of Poland. And thank God you were not on the plane where you should be, like advisor to President Kaczynski in 2008, when the president plane crashed in Smolensk with 100 best Polish people, elected people, advisors to the President Kaczynski. Thank God that you are with us together during those 25 years. Now I would like to switch, and actually would like to congratulate you with the last resolution at night about NATO membership for Ukraine. You just did it and voted during the night session, and you managed to come with the car 450 kilometers distance from Warsaw to Vilnius. Thanks for that. Thank you. So now I would like to switch to Andrea Gattolin, who was always in dispute with every power in France. being a member of political community related to Emmanuel Macron, still was in opposition to every move related to compromises with People's Republic of China, and always trying to say that we should defend democracy even in Taiwan, and defense with all means of defense. Andrea, you were famous in '68 during the French Revolution time, but you're famous from this time like a political philosopher and great author of many of articles in the French press. Andrea, floor is open. S'il vous plaît, monsieur.
Thank you so much, dear Emmanuelis, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. It's a very good honor for me to take part in this international conference on the future of democracy, and also a huge pleasure to be reunited with several parliamentary friends of long standing. So I would apologize for my poor English, because I prepared the speech in French, and I discovered this morning that I had to talk in English, so I have rewritten my paper. I'm not sure it would be totally academic or precise, but if you don't understand, please ask questions or stop me. So discussing the future of democracy requires, I think, an honest and unvarnished assessment of the current state of democracy, especially in Europe. Democracy in Europe, especially in its western part, is currently weakened. And if, in the midst of such a situation, we do not find concrete and sustainable solutions to the multiple and often overlapping crises that affect us, our future as a democracy is threatened. The central question here is to establish a relevant state of the multiple threats we face today and to prioritize them in terms of risk for our future. In France, the debate on the crisis of democracy is not a recent one, and it goes back to several decades. However, the terms in which we put it are hardly relevant. They are terribly reductive and self-centered, as many times in France, to the point of distracting us from other threats that of the utmost importance. This debate is self-focused because it concentrates almost exclusively on the immediate, the short term, and the national manifestation of this evil. We focus a lot on the rise of populism in our society, the decline in citizen participation in election, the increasing social and political fragmentation, the chronic political instability at election time. These are, in fact, important topics, but without being able to remedy them with effective measures, we continue to convince ourselves that the future of democracy is played out exclusively in a vacuum on a national territory without global or external interferences. In France, the idea that our democracy can be threatened or even destroyed from the outside barely touches our political thinking. Thus, in September 2021, when I published a very detailed report at the Senate on foreign interferences, especially Chinese interferences, on French university and scientific research, it caused a stir and it was unanimous welcome by the media. But today, almost 2 years later, none of the 26 precise, concrete, effective recommendations I made to counter this situation have been officially implemented. For more than 2 centuries, France's successive leaders, regardless of their political affiliation, have always seemed to be more concerned by the risk of revolution or social uprising inside our society than about the risk of war that one waged more or less conventionally by an external power. This is a very strange paradox for a country like France, which has known so many wars, 4 years of occupation of this territory during the Second World War, and which has not ceased to be militarily involved in external theaters of operation since the end of the Second World War, especially in Africa. The explanation of this situation that has prevailed in France for more than 50 years lies in what I call the syndrome of slumbering democracies, a kind of insensitivity, a feeling of harmlessness towards external threats and interferences that has settled after decades of a peaceful and prosperous period that let us believe that the peace that made us rich will endure and that it will inevitably have contagious effect well beyond Europe's borders. Our original mistake, I think, in building Europe after the war, and France has a great responsibility in this respect, was abandoning the project to create a European defense community in 1954. Our second major mistake, collective to the whole Western Europe, and which in particular produced the state of lethargy that struck us until the outbreak last year of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, dates back from the turn of the 80s and the 90s, following the fall of the Berlin Wall and the collapse of the USSR. At this time, we wanted all to believe that in what Fukuyama called the end of the history, an emerging new world without enemies, where self-structure as European community, would prevail over art structure with strong internal cohesion. In France, at this time, we have de facto stopped thinking about the future. The last presidential election last year is a sad illustration of this. No major debate. Politics is now under the diktat of the short term of reactivity to events rather than offering our fellow citizens a view, a vision, a real project in which they can project themselves. I just want to do an insert here. I'm not totally fan of current intellectual thinkers, but there is one person, an historian and philosopher called François Hartog, who has worked on the way each society and each period consider the future, the present and the past. And he described the situation as presentism, the fact that there is a kind of hypertrophy of the present and the short term. We may disappear the past, and we totally neglected the future. And that's really a problem, and in politics, that's something that, in my opinion, explains one of the democratic deficit and the fact that the democracy doesn't work because we can't explain to the people what we project to do, what positive, what bright future we try to introduce. Following the fall of the wall, we choose to unify Europe through the single market without agreeing to rethink ourselves politically to create common future and a common defense, that is to say, a real capacity to assert and protect ourselves. We believe that the victory over the Soviet totalitarianism and the Russian imperialism was something natural and definitive. Shortly after the great European enlargement at the beginning of the millennium, we declare ourselves to be a new European Union, when we had not been able to constitute yet a real community among ourselves, and we had not been able to build an effective common house. The belief that we could build a new European house, an enlarged house, without a roof, without walls, without reinforced foundation has been, I think, the great European illusion from the 19th to today. Thus, the debate on building a real European defense had not taken place at this crucial moment. We have chosen to reap at this time the benefits of the peace, and we have reduced totally our investment in defense and in military action. And we have done that by accelerating and opening our markets at the same time that we have reinforced our dependencies towards authoritarian countries such as Russia. Since the current war in Ukraine, in Paris, as well as in other European capitals, we just begin to recognize our mistakes and now speak very slowly that of naivety to justify the astonishing benevolence we had shown toward Vladimir Putin and toward Russia. In this respect, we remain, I think, specifically extremely benevolent towards ourselves, because we should rather admit it was not naivety or blindness, but denial of the reality. Not seeing something is itself a serious matter. Not wanting to see is complicity in a crime of non-assistance, a crime against value and principles we are supposed to endorse, a crime against our future and the future of what we still dare to call humanity. For 20 years, we have refused to see that the Russian Federation was sliding from a very imperfect democracy to an aggressive and fundamentally totalitarian regime. The war in Chechnya, Ossetia, Syria, Crimea, and Donbass have not opened our eyes. Now we have blindly or low Russian influence and interference to grow in our country. We have allowed, that's France, but merely, I think, Germany, we have allowed Nord Stream 2 to be built and increase our dependence on Russian oil and gas. We have allowed propagandist channel RT News to spill its information and destructive narrative on our territory. We have allowed the Kremlin networks to infest our parliament. If I want to be a little bit optimistic, I should say that times are changing now, especially in the French parliament for 2 or 3 years. When I've been first elected as senator 12 years ago, I remind how shocked I've been by the large and very active pro-Russian and pro-Chinese lobbies inside the French parliament. Nowadays, things are very different. Currently, the French-Taiwan Friendship Group is more numerous in our 2 chambers, National Assembly and Senate, than the French-China Friendship Group. It's something totally new. Last month, on my initiative, the French Senate and the National Assembly adopted unanimously a resolution vigorously denouncing the mass deportation of Ukrainian children by Russia. Even the Communist Party voted in favor of that. That's really a pleasure. And I would like to inform you that 3 days ago, the National Assembly voted once again unanimously a resolution for calling the inclusion of the Wagner Group on the European Union list of terrorist organizations. These are, of course, very good news because it shows a real decrease of the authoritarian countries' influences among the French legislators. But these are still small political victories due to the fact that the competencies devoted to the parliament are very reduced in a French presidential regime. The recent official visit of Emmanuel Macron to China and his incomprehensible declaration concerning Taiwan that have deeply divided all the Europe show how our influence as parliamentarians is low, too low, especially on foreign affairs. France's past and recent history bear witness to often to the cynicism it can display in international relations and its support for excessively authoritarian regime. I still also have a concern about the European Union and its frequent inability to resist internal division and the immediate and vested interests of its major member states. I just finished. If there is, I think, today an indirect benefit for Europe from the terrible conflict that is ravaging Ukraine today, it is perhaps that the political center of gravity of our the continent is shifted eastwards, that our common identity can finally evolve from what is currently and mainly a kind of pure league of merchants to a genuine community ready to fight for freedom. Freedom is not an option. Freedom is and must remain the meaning of our struggle, and there can be no future for democracy without this permanent fight for freedom. Thank you for your attention.
If you allow me, I would like to say thank you so much, André, always expressing your real views in France during the time when we have even difficulties, and you voted always in Parliamentary Assembly with Polish and with Baltic delegations to expel Russians after invasion to Crimea. Thank you for that. And thank you for your real view about, I'm sorry to say, about small episode about President Macron visit to China, even that, not looking that you belong to Emmanuel Macron political circle. Thank you. So I would like to introduce, before I would like to introduce, I would like to make a small break and say how I am grateful for Duarte Pacheco, President of the Interparliamentary Union, for his last 2 years chairing this huge parliamentary union and bringing ideas of democracy and freedom towards Latin America, Africa, and winning during the last year, winning a lot of resolutions who will be very near to our understandings of shape of democracy. So you will have elections in October. I am a member, I'm sorry, of this delegation to IPU, and I would like to express our thankfulness that you ending your term with huge success, bringing this 178? No, how many countries? 180 countries towards, yes, 180 countries and parliamentarians against the technical diplomatic work of totalitarian regime inside of those, especially Latin American and African and Asian countries. Thank you for being 2 years our leader. Thank you so much. I would like to now jump to the small. Before we would like to have our connections to Ukraine, if we can, I would like to have a few remarks from Khatia Dekoneidze, who was a leader of Georgian opposition for years and a very remarkable, very visible member of Georgian parliament and part of Georgian democracy. We still hope that your country will become a candidate member of to European Union. Well, in the moment when Ukraine became a candidate country, and it was not granted last year, Ukraine stopped to be from near neighborhood, so-called, if you know the Russian concept of the Близкое зарубежье, stopped to be a country of only Russian neighborhood. So in this case, it's great to have you for additional short message, please. Khatia.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Plengaris. I mean, you're my friend, and you know how much I appreciate you and this country. as Georgia is a tiny country also, who is under the occupation. And to say frankly, I mean, I was a little girl when I've seen the first war in my country. It was in Abkhazia when our house was burned down and some of my relatives had been shot by Russian soldiers. And actually the second time I've seen Russian tanks, it was near Tbilisi, 15 kilometers. It was 2008. And it was definitely, I was an adult. I worked in a public sector as a director of the National Police Academy, but for me, it was the first time when I started thinking that, well, I mean, they can do everything if the world will not stop that. And in 2008, due to my respect to my international friends, and I know how it is important right now to keep such transatlantic alliance, but in 2008, we start screaming all over the world that if you will not punish Putin, if we will not impose the sanctions, and if you will let Putin and Russia to punish little tiny Georgia, and will blame Georgia kind of, you know, just provoking the war, then the next will be Ukraine. And I remember how my government, I remember how our friends, even in Lithuania, and the Zingers was among them, in this public hall, I mean, in this very noble hall, you had been screaming all around that we have to do something because, you know, how it can be that Russia can occupy tiny Georgia and not to do anything. Well, even after that, it was 2014, Crimea, and the third time I've seen the Russian tanks and Russian invasion was in Ukraine. Was as a chief of the national police of Ukraine, I've seen my units, some of the police units in Donbass, dying there, and actually it was definitely the shock because how the world could let be that you know, after Georgia, Ukraine. After an annexation of Crimea 2015, and actually the war in Ukraine started in 2014. It was not, it's not started just the 21st of February. But for me, if you ask me what is democracy, I can tell you that the democracy for me and for a lot of Georgians is a victory of Ukraine. For me, for my colleagues, not only from the opposition, but 85% of Georgians who are pro-Europeans, and according to all polls, and despite the terrible attitude of Georgia and my government right now to Ukraine, anti-Western campaign, anti-Ukrainian campaign, I can assure you that the 80% of Georgians still think that war in Ukraine is a war for Georgia too. So I'm sure that the Ukraine will win. But what to do with tiny Georgia, which is struggling to, oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Which is struggling to get democratic values again. So when I meet my friends, and actually Zingeris and Paul Massaro also are among them, and they're asking me, Katya, are we losing Georgia? Because Georgia is not under the democratic government. It is under the oligarchy, kleptocracy, a guy who earned a lot of money in early 19th in Russia, and right now a government who is endorsed by Putin as open up the flights to Tbilisi from Moscow and cancel the visa regimes for Georgian citizens. But when they ask me, I mean, how we can't lose Georgia and what we can do, I have to answer that regarding the current governmental position, 85% of Georgians still think that they want to be integrated into Europe, and the answer will be that they embrace Georgian people. Because just recently, I don't know if you know the facts, but there were the huge demonstrations in Georgia, 6th, 7th, and 8th of March, when my government tried to adopt so-called Agent Registration Act. I mean, it was called by opposition and the people of Georgia Russian law, and it was kind of similar they adopted in Russia in early 2012, and that's how the situation in the civil society had been deteriorated, and that's how they terminated the civil society. So because of Georgians, because of the opposition, because of the civil society, because of our international friends, and literally because of the warning that the sanctions will be individually imposed on the personalities who undermine Georgian democracy and sovereignty and drag Georgia to Russia, because of that, I can tell you that we won. And I have to just remember, I remember those days when majority in the city, in the parliamentary session hall, they physically abused us as members of the opposition when we tried to stop the hearing, the first hearing to adopt this Russian law. And I remember that, you know, when we had the press conference, I mean, in 1 hour, Rustaveli Avenue in front of the parliament was full of people. And they were standing there and just applauding the opposition and applauding the civil society and saying that we don't want Russian law because Georgia stopped and terminated the pass connected to Russia. So now, how to save Georgian democracy? I think that it's to say frankly, despite the fact that I don't represent any other party because I left my party just recently, but to say frankly, I mean, but I'm the member of the opposition, the independent member of the parliament, and also I think a lot about our responsibility. The opposition is weak, oligarchy kleptocracy is very strong, Russia is, Georgian government is leaning to Russia, Putin is awarding Georgian Dream and oligarch Ivanishvili as for the anti-Ukrainian position. To say frankly, I mean, me as a person working in Ukraine, also in Moldova, and I would never ever dreamed and think in my nightmare that the Georgian people and Ukrainian people will be so, you know, far away from each other. I would never ever think, and even a single Georgian said that, okay, I mean, Georgian government can dare to go against Ukrainian government and just to say a word that no, we don't want sanctions against Russia. Yeah, we welcome the flights from Moscow to Tbilisi. Yeah, we welcome that Putin is canceling the visa regimes for Georgian citizens. I would never ever think after 2008. But look what, democracy is losing in Georgia, and that's why, I mean, that's why we're in this situation we are. Opposition is weak. Government is strong, administration resources, homophobic and very irrational fear that is used by propaganda. For instance, everybody who are sitting here, my friends Zingers and Paul Massara, you guys want to drag Georgia into the war. This is a propaganda which is used by Georgian Dream every single second. If you look at the governmental channels, I mean, they're just saying that, oh, and the Prime Minister of Georgia was telling to Georgians that, oh, you want Tbilisi to be shelled like Mariupolis, or you want something in Mtskheta Street or Tel Aviv or Batumi Street like Bucha and Irpen. This is a propaganda which is used by my government. Actually, it's very similar to urban policy, which is right now absolutely the same, I think. So, despite the fact that we're fighting right now and struggling to fulfill all the recommendations to get the candidacy status, and Georgia and Zinger Emanuelis is absolutely right. We did not get it last year. And I worked in Ukraine, I worked in Moldova. I've seen I've seen Ukraine during Poroshenko's time. I've seen Moldova during when Plahotniuc was there. And I know how my country was ahead because of the reforms, because of everything, I mean, that had been done. And now we have the situation with the third president is in the jail, in a very bad situation, health situation, when media managers are in the jail, when we have openly anti-Western, anti-Ukrainian propaganda, when people is pro-European, but the government is not. And this is a dilemma. And when my friends also are asking me, okay, Katya, what we can do? Just can we grant the candidacy status to Georgia when your government is so leaning to Russia? And I have to answer that, well, at least you can't lose Georgian people, who is the most pro-European and pro-American in the region. That is my answer. So, how to save democracy? I think that the Ukrainian victory is number one. I was just in Kiev just a week ago. Actually, the first time after war I was in Kiev, it was March. And when we're talking when Russia lost, whether Russia is losing the war or not, of course. I mean, I remember when there were a lot of talks that Russia will take over Kiev in 3 days. And I remember when in March I arrived in Kiev to see my friends in Verkhovna Rada and my friends in the police and ZSU, etc. I saw Russian tanks burned down in the suburbs of Kiev. They have already lost. I remember them standing in Tbilisi, near Tbilisi, when President Bush said that no, I mean, you can't go to Tbilisi, because Putin said that they want to take over and arrest Georgian government, Saakashvili's government, and he was sending the military ship to Black Sea port, but of course, I mean, I've seen those tanks, and I realized that, of course, Russia can be defeated by Ukrainians, by my friends who are in the war right now. And I lost a lot of friends, by the way. And actually, the first name I heard from my friends and from Verkhovna Rada in March was the name of our colleague Olga's husband, who died, I mean, was shot by Russians, and Olga was in Tbilisi, and one of my friends from Salomea called me like, Katya, she's in Tbilisi, and she just lost a husband in Bucha, right? It was in Bucha, no, yes. And I saw her with 2 kids, and I was like amazed. She was so brave. She was in Tbilisi just, you know, with her kids, but actually I've seen how it is for mothers, Ukrainians, and my friends, they are in Kiev, and I remember how it was in Tbilisi. When my family was there, when our families were there, and you can't even imagine, because you live in the western part of this society, how it is to hear the Russian MiGs, you know, flying over Tbilisi or over Kiev. Just recently, I was in Kiev, and just at 4 a.m. was an alarm, and somebody knocked at my door and said, Katya, we have to go to shelter. I said, no. I'm claustrophobic and I can't go to the shelter. So I think that, but I'm not scared, and no one in Kiev is scared ever. I mean, they just live, they work, they built up the institutions. So how to save democracy? I think that saving democracy means to save Ukraine, save Georgia, save tiny Moldova, and I'm so amazed by President Maia Sandu, who said, by the way, that when there is a propaganda inside Moldova, and I have a lot of friends in Chisinau too, that, well, they want war. If you will support Ukraine, they're the same as in Georgia. And she said, and I agree, that we're safe because Ukrainians are fighting. So, never abandon Ukraine, never abandon Georgians, Moldovans, because we sacrificed a lot. We sacrificed. Just now in Kiev, in Bakhmut, one of Georgian soldiers fell. He died. And there are a lot of Georgian soldiers and volunteers fighting in Ukraine because they understand that, you know, governments come and go, parties come and go, politicians come and go, but freedom is all over. Thank you.
Katya, thank you for your experience, especially for me, you're starting Abkhazia. I was those years in Ossetia observing how big was input of European Union building schools in Ossetia, and after that the Russians take over, actually wearing blue helms of United Nations with Putin on the tanks, with the Putin picture on the tanks and blue helms. That was, you know, and our president of Poland, Kaczynski, and president of Lithuania, if you remember, president of Lithuania, Adamkus was together with you during the bombings. So from my point of view, I would like to say, that we have today a huge, big delegation from, it cannot be huge, it can be a delegation, great delegation of great politicians from all parties, from Uruguay, from Montevideo. And I would like to say, guys, you are with us, we are with you, we are observing so much the development of democracy in Latin America and your fantastic votes in United Nations condemning aggression, being on side of democracy always. We have even our Lithuanian plaza in the downtown of Montevideo, former immigrants 100 years ago created that, and would like to say that we expressing thankfulness for all Uruguay society leading in the field of democracy in Latin America, being permanent, stable, permanent without any crisis and without any dictatorships inside of your brilliant democratic society. We hope so much of your support counter-attacking those attempts from Cuban intelligence to dismantle the democratic world in Latin America, in Venezuela. So thank you for being with us today together. Thank you so much for Uruguay delegation. And for distinguished chairman. So I would like to switch now off, I'm sorry, to our friends. Before we are going to Latin America and Africa with Hugo Ache, I would like to have chairman of our former RADA, Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Alexander Mereshko, who is a good friend of us, and he is always involved using his fantastic academic knowledge on political level. So, sir, the floor is open. Yes.
Thank you so much, dear friends. It's a huge privilege for me to talk to you. Well, the topic of democracy is an eternal topic. I remember the times of Cold War, and at that time, the symbol of democracy under threat was, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's okay. It's wonderful.
Yes. Yeah. During the Cold War, the symbol of democracy under threat was West Berlin. It became a true symbol of freedom for the whole world. And it was a very important issue for all freedom fighters at that time to defend and to do everything possible to defend West Berlin. Nowadays, Ukraine has become also a symbol of struggle for freedom. And I'm sure that the future, the fate of mankind, the future of democracy now is being decided on the battleground, on the battlefield in Ukraine. That's why it's so important for the whole world, for the whole democratic and free world to support Ukraine in all possible ways. I also believe that another point, another stronghold of democracy in the world is in the Pacific specifically, is what we call vibrant democracy, Taiwan. We need to have solidarity between the whole democratic world. It's crucially important for us and to change the situation with a backsliding of democracy, which is happening now. I hope that this year will be crucial in this change, and we can change this tide. We can finally start with the victory of Ukraine, the process when democracy will be broadening, when democracy will be strengthened. But this process, this trend depends on our efforts, on depends on whether we'll be supporting each other and what can be done to do that. I believe that people have instinct of freedom. Each person, when he or she is given a chance, prefers to live in freedom, not under dictatorship. And I also believe that the causes of democracy, the fundamental on something which we call kind of psychological foundation. We have democratic society when we have democratic culture in a given country, when people when people respect the rights of other people and when they fight for their rights. This is the basis of democracy in each country. That's why we need not only defend democracy in the world, but we also need to cultivate and develop democratic cultures in our society, to develop institutions of democracy. Thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you.
Alexander, thank you. Thank you for all your proposed resolution in Council of Europe Parliamentary Assembly. And we will sign, everyone will sign. And I would like to ask Auxia, she is here in the front. We have some resolution supporting Vladimir Karamurza, famous Russian pro-European, pro-democratic fighter who received 25 years in prison, who would like to sign the protest against, of course, we will not liberate with our papers Karamurza from jail, but still, if you will express your point about this fundamentally freedom fighter, the floor is open to sign. So now I would like to switch to Mr. Goncharenko, please, 5 minutes for you, sir. You're in Odessa, yes, I see your books behind. Free Odessa and Safe Odessa.
We can't hear you, Alexei.
Alexei, push the button, please.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Emanuelis. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Hatia. Thank you, all my friends whom I see there. I am extremely honored to address to you today. By the way, I am doing it in a new status. I will wear this T-shirt about Putin being terrorist #1 in the world, but I have a new status from Russian government. Yesterday, they announced me a terrorist and extremist. I'm now in official list of terrorists and extremists of Russian Federation. I consider it to be a badge of honor. So probably now with the whole conference, you all have chances to join me because we are fighting for democracy, for freedom. Those who are fighting for democracy are terrorists for Putin because he is real terrorist #1 in the world. Yes, I'm addressing you from Odessa. By the way, I need to tell you that we need to fight for democracy every day, every moment. And also definitely in the trenches, the main front line today in fight for democracy are trench lines in Ukraine, fighting against Putin, fighting against his awful aggression, and that is reality. But at the same time, we need to fight for democracy every day inside our countries. Because when Emanuelis invited me to take part in the conference in Vilnius, I said that I can't because at that moment I should be in Turkey observing elections in Turkey, extremely important, by the way, elections, which will happen on Sunday. But as you see, I'm not in Turkey because without any explanations, and I don't know why, the leadership of Ukrainian parliament, they have not signed needed papers for me to cross the border. I'm happy to see that there are Ukrainian representatives in Vilnius, in other places, but I think it should be the same attitude. Are you in ruling party or in opposition? That should not be different. Unfortunately, I can't fulfill my duties now as international observer of Turkish elections because of this very strange decision of the leadership of Ukrainian parliament. So speaking about this, I want to underline that it is so important for us to fight for democracy every day and every moment in all our countries. Yeah, we're saying today Russia is the main threat. Yes, we're saying that today Ukraine is fighting. But do we see threats to democracy like Hatia told right now in Georgia, in Moldova, in Lithuania, in Hungary, in other countries? Always there are threats to democracy. And we need to be very cautious because that is so important. Because, you know, when you don't want democracy or when you want more authoritarianism or when you want more power, you can find many excuses. And I don't want that the war shouldn't be an excuse for democracy to be limited. because that is the very worst scenario, the very bad scenario. And I believe that we need to think about it every day, every moment. We saw what happened in the United States of America 2 years ago. You all remember this day of January 7th. And in the country which today is the biggest ally of Ukraine, the country which helps us to survive, the country which helps Europe to survive. Because without United States support, we would not have a security in Europe. And Russian tanks, where they would be now. I don't know, could you meet in Vilnius where if not American support? But we saw how democracy was attacked in the United States. So it's a constant process, and we need to be very cautious in order to prevent any tendencies, any autocratic tendencies which can happen in any of our countries, including my own. So we should be very cautious. We should work on democracy every day. Why? Because between Ukraine and Lithuania, there is one country, Belarus. And Emanuelis, and we worked with you and with many of your colleagues on Belarusian issue a lot. And now what we have in the result, Belarus is occupied by Russia. That's the reality. There is no independent Belarus today. Right. And that is the Belarus scenario is so dangerous because it shows us that first, when you are losing freedom, then you will lose your independence, then you will lose everything. That's why I'm so disturbed with what's going on in Georgia, because I really like think about it every day, because I see very big threats in Georgia of losing democracy, and that will mean Belarus scenario then, and losing independence, because that is so important. The same about Ukraine. Ukraine can be democratic, or it will just not exist. That's our dilemma. We don't have any other point. Autocratic Ukraine could not exist. Russia would take it like it took Belarus, like it tries to take Georgia, like it tries to occupy Moldova and other countries. So that's why, for us, answering the question, the topic of our meeting today, future of democracy. Future of democracy is the future of the world. It's absolutely equal. Because if we will lose democracy, sooner or later, we will lose the whole world. Sooner or later, several authoritarian dictators, they will take power in some countries. They will start a great world war, which will destroy humanity as it is. I'm absolutely sure about this. So this is a fight, existential fight. Whether the world will be democratic, the whole, sooner or later that should happen, or the world will become autocratic and after this will disappear and the civilization will disappear. That's what I believe in. Ukraine today is on the front line. We will do our best. I just want to address all of you and ask to support us as long as it takes and as strong as you can. Because we don't need and we don't want it to be long. We need it short and we need a quick victory for benefit of all of us. Special thanks to Michał Kamiński, my friend who's there, because Senate resolution of Polish Senate, unanimous resolution in support of Ukraine joining NATO is extremely important because democracy, as I told you, is the future of the world, but it can be won. In democracy can win only in unity. So alliance, joining NATO, being together, that's the only way for us to survive. All of our countries should be together. And being together, free countries are always stronger than any dictator in the world. And in this case, future of humanity is great. The great democratic civilization will flourish. Thank you very much. And it was a big honor for me to address to you. And special ačiū to our Lithuanian friends for organizing this very important event. Thank you.
Thank you.
Slava Ukraini!
Heroям слава. Thank you. Thank you for your contribution to our Council of Europe parliamentary sessions and mentioning Polish last night decree in Parliament. I would like to say thank you to Uruguay friends too for the Speaker of Uruguay visited Mr. Kirienko and Speaker of Mr. Stefanchuk currently, it was a few months ago. Yes, so thank you for that too. I just try to remember that and keep in my mind. So I'm sorry, both of us would like to turn again for the last moment. Mr. Prokhorov, we have in front now the former Margaret. You can imagine we have in front the key defender, lawyer of Boris Nemtsov, key lawyer of Vladimir Kara-Murza, who recently, in the front of us, recently crossed the border while he is in danger, and the guys from the executive government of Russia told him that he will be next in jail. So now he is on our side of the wall, of the Berlin Wall. He's in West Berlin. He's in the West in general. Mr. Prokhorov, please, 3 minutes. What you saw being through the years key lawyer of all Russian key heroes, key Democrats, how the system of justice, what happened with system of justice and democracy in Russia during the last years when you were in front of all events. Few words, please, sir. The floor is open.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Prokhorov is a lawyer of Kara-Murza, please.
Sorry, Mr. Zingeris, you are quite right. I had an honor to defend Boris Nemtsov, Ilya Yashin, Vladimir Kara-Murza, and other leaders of the Russian opposition to Putin for many 23 years. And I think that the theme of this plenary session is the future of democracy, the future. But in order to confidently move into the future, we have to comprehend the past. In relation to Russia, to comprehend how it's important to comprehend how it happened that in 2022, a country located in Europe came up with a completely destroyed legal system and even started the bloodiest war in more than 75 years. And admittedly, by the time Putin came to power, Russia was still in its infancy, a very fragile democracy and a very imperfect justice system. However, in the 90s, the vector was chosen correctly. Integration into the European legal family, the proclamation of the independence of the judiciary, political diversity, and many other correct slogans. However, almost immediately after Putin came to power in 2000, the Russian government began to suppress civil society and freedom of the media in the quasi-legal ways and destroyed the weak opposition that still existed. So in 2003, an attack began on Mikhail Khodorkovsky and the UKAS company he heads. And the authorities argued that this was just prosecution for alleged economic crimes, tax evasion, etc., nothing else. And in the subsequent years of destroying the democracy in Russia, the Putin regime played this trick repeatedly. The persecution of the opposition was covered up by the fact that alleged oppositions are being punished for the crimes they allegedly committed, nothing more. And let me remind you that just 10 years ago, Alexei Navalny was formally tried not under the political article of the Criminal Code of Russia, but because he allegedly stole all the forest in the Kiev region and all Russian mail. And so 2014, the war of Putin's regime against Ukraine has started. Annexion of Crimea, the war in Donbass, and the leader of Russia's opposition to Putin, Boris Nemtsov, strongly opposed the war. A year later, he has been assassinated just near the Kremlin. And his assassination has even not been investigated in fact. And I'm so thankful to Mr. Zingeris, to Ms. Margaret Sederfeld for their report about Boris Nemtsov assassination in Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe and OSCE. And after the start of the bloody war in Ukraine, the Putin regime ceased to be embarrassed by anything and directly introduced a number of new articles into the Russian Criminal Code, which without a shadow of doubt means severe political persecution of Russian opposition activists and awarding them gigantic terms of imprisonment, cost for their political activity. And the most clear example of such violence against the law is the case of our friend Vladimir Kara-Murza, my client and friend, and also a friend of Mr. Zingeris. Let me remind you that he was sentenced to the absolutely horrible imprisonment in 25 years. In fact, for him, it means a death penalty. The criminal case against him initially has nothing to do with justice, nothing to do with law. It was unlawfully initiated, unlawfully investigated, and unlawfully judged at the court. He was charged under 3 articles of the Russian Criminal Code. The trial of the case in court was held behind closed doors, absolutely illegal. The defense side was refused to attach documents in defense to Vladimir to the case file. His right to defense was violated by the court. And this case was considered by judge, so-called Judge Podprigorov, who was included in the Magnitsky list, adopted at the initiative of Vladimir Kara-Murza. It's hard to think a bigger conflict of interest. However, 2 applications by the defense, by the lawyers, to recuse the judge were ignored. And so it's a terrible example of the punishment of Putin's regime against his political opponent. So 25 years of imprisonment in a strict regime colony means the death penalty for Vladimir. Now he has worsened a serious disease, polyneuropathia. This is the result of his 2 poisons caused by his political activities. This disease is difficult to treat even in freedom. Moreover, this disease is difficult to cure in prison. This disease is even included by Russian law in the list of diseases with which it's impossible to serve a sentence. However, this is of little concern to the Russian law enforcement authorities. So there was also pressure on lawyers. I myself was threatened by both the public prosecutor and by the judge. They announced the need to deprive me of the status of lawyer and the possible initiation of criminal case against me. There was the same information from the authorities. So I had to leave the country. But we will continue our struggle for the release of Vladimir. So Vladimir Kara-Murza has a brilliant education, and he's a historian and has studied the history of Russian dissidents history. There are good examples of international exchanges in the history where the lives of Soviet dissidents, for example, Vladimir Bukovsky, Alexander Ginsburg, and others, were saved by exchanging them for Soviet spies, agents detained in the West. So I think that the struggle for the release of political prisoners in Russia and in other countries is also a struggle for freedom and struggle for the future of democracy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Looking to the fact that Kara-Murza was speaking in this chamber for many times, and we still remember reminding to you that we have the list who would like to sign the paper, our resolution in favor of release of Kara-Murza from jail. And I would like to say to Paul, thank you for personally to you. The Helsinki Committee on the Capitol Hill was so instrumental doing 10 years ago, no, actually 12 years ago, Magnitsky list. And thank you for upgrading Magnitsky list with your total support and in the Helsinki Committee. Thank you for that. So now coming for the very short, please, behind me I have dear friend Raymond Asgur urging us to be as short as possible. Being a philologist, not a military guy, I'm absolutely out of order. And please, if possible, I would like to ask, opening the floor to Hugo, dear friend, who's the man who made himself with his hands flying from Bolivia, being prosecuted. His brother was prosecuted, now being a proud member of American society, spending his years and years for fighting for democracy in the world. Sir, the floor is open. I'm very proud to be with you together. I just contributed to the Council of Europe resolution about Ukrainian, Russian war of aggression of Ukraine. Sir.
Thank you, Emanuelis. Thank you to every one of you. I'll try to be as brief as possible. This conference is about the future of democracy. Coming from the Western Hemisphere, I have to tell you I'm very concerned because, at least from the perspective of the Western Hemisphere, we're losing that battle. What I'm going to tell you is not based on speculation, it's not my opinion, it's based on facts. I don't like speculation, I like numbers. In terms of the general state of democracy in the Western Hemisphere, we passed from being the fastest growing region in terms of democracies to the worst in the world. Right now, only 4 governments in the region are considered to be fully fledged democracies. 3 are considered authoritarianism, 2/3 are considered to be hybrid regimes. That's not a good place to be. There is a common factor in how we reached this sad state of affairs, and that common denominator has a name. That name is Cuba. I know that Cuba is a name that usually raises a lot of emotional reactions. Let me tell you something. The Cuba that you remember, based on ideological premises, is just a memory, a shadow of its former self. Ideology does not guide the regime in Havana anymore. Cuba is a criminal enterprise. 87% of its economy is owned by a private company called Gaesa. Gaesa is not even a Cuban company. It's a Panamanian company that conducts its board meetings here in Europe. It is a criminal enterprise that traffics with its own citizens, subjecting them to conditions analog to slavery. That's not my opinion either. It's based on a human rights report by the UN and the trafficking in person report of the Department of State of the United States of America for 2 years in a row. There is a reason why in this very same chamber, Lithuania, again, leading by example, refused to ratify PDCA, the free trade agreement between the Cuban regime and the European Union. By the way, we salute the intent made by the Swedish government to call this situation out and to ask for a proper discussion before moving forward with the so-called provisional application that is sending more than 250 million euros to this dictatorship. A dictatorship that has over 1,000 political prisoners as we speak, most of them Afro-Cuban. A dictatorship that has people like José Daniel Ferrer, Luis Manuel Otero Alcántara, considered one of the top 100 most influential persons in the world in prison. A dictatorship that has more than 35 minors in prison, sentenced to terms that are higher than their own ages. Their crime? To go to the street and ask for freedom. This is the main political operator for this sorry state of affairs in the Western Hemisphere. But why should you care? Let me tell you why. Because right now, as every single person that has preceded me has established that the front line in the fight for democracy is in Ukraine, one of the main and most effective allies of the Russian Federation in terms of propaganda, the building of the narrative, and the diplomatic front is the Cuban dictatorship. If you believe that the version of events that you are listening to here in Europe is the same that's prevalent in Latin America, think again. RT, CCTV, helped by Prensa Latina, the main propaganda mouthpiece of Cuba, is shaping the narrative over there. So what they are listening there is that you are the aggressor. Again, don't trust me. In November 23rd, the president of Cuba, Díaz-Canel, went to Moscow and said that you are the enemy. You and the United States. Check the source. So again, we need to be aware of this because this is the future of democracy. This is the people that is facilitating financial movements for the Russian Federation. Don't trust me. In February of this year, the Russian digital platform Mir signed an agreement with Cuba with the intent of replacing MasterCard, Maestro, the platform, Cirrus, with the Mir platform, which is not only considered a criminal enterprise, it's a sanctioned entity. So you want to defend democracy? You want to help Ukraine win? You need to stop moral relativism. You need to stop PDCA. I salute again the courage of Lithuania leading the way. I salute the intent of the Swedish government. I truly hope, my dear friend Michal, that the Polish government can follow suit and help us doing this. Because in stopping authoritarianism anywhere in the world, we are defending democracy all over the world. Thank you, Emanuelis, for this opportunity. Thank you to all of you, and thank you for defending democracy.
Thank you, Hugo. Thank you for all your life dedicated democracy and starting from zero in the United States after you were hunted by some dictatorial regimes, and even your health was under threat. So I would like to switch again to the daughter of very famous Cuban #1 dissident, Mr. Paya, Alessandro Paya, who was actually, he spent years in jail and he was killed in jail by actually Cuban regime and Cuban intelligence. We should remember all those fighters, freedom fighters in the Latin America. And Rosa Maria Paya, she's a good friend of us, and she is continuing her father fight now in United States, and she will say a few words from her side and remembering her father legacy. So who can put the button, please, and open her statement on our screens?
Thank you very much to Speaker Victoria Schmilite and to our dear friend Emanuelis Tsingeris and all the members of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania for this invitation. Dear friends, it is an honor to have the opportunity to address you in these difficult times that Europe and the Americas are facing. Actually, some of our most immediate threats on both sides of the Atlantic are deeply interconnected. The dictators in my country, Cuba, have proven to be the best transatlantic ally of the aggressor of Europe. The regime comfortably sits at the United Nations Human Rights Council, making sure that the multiple accusations against them or against the rest of their criminal friends, China, Russia, Belarus, etc., do not prosper. The Communist Party of Cuba and the Russian state have a long history of deep economic and military collaboration over the past 63 years. The updating and strengthening of the strategic military agreement between Russia and Cuba was announced actually during the visit in Havana by Volodin, chairman of the Russian Duma, on the day of the invasion of Ukraine, and that alliance has deepened during the war in Ukraine. Through the multiple press agencies that the Cuban regime controls or influences, the Cuban government disseminates Russian propaganda both nationally and internationally to defend Putin's invasion. Cuban citizens who move away from this official line on the island have been arrested. The Cuban propaganda machine also employs disinformation to promote the Russian narrative about the war in Ukraine. During and after after the run-up to the invasion of Ukraine, Cuban state media have repeated Russian propaganda in support of Putin's actions, as well as Russian false allegations of genocide perpetrated by the Ukrainian government. At the same time, the Cuban state have made extensive use of its intelligence apparatus and diplomatic corps to interfere in international forums with the aim of preventing Russia from being sanctioned and condemned for the aggression perpetrated. I have to say that they have succeeded changing the position of many African states toward the Russian invasion. Despite the European and Lithuanian parliaments' denounces, the European Union keeps financing the Cuban regime through the infamous cooperation agreement, which rules have been violated in multiple times by the Cuban regime. My hope is that this time the NATO summit at least denounces the Russian alliance with Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua.
Thank you so much.
Of course, these are not news. It is well known that all the regimes act in gangs, conspiring together to cover their backs. The sin is that these international alliances of the evil are not only for dictators' protection, they are mainly for their expansion. And these authoritarians have been feeding on the appeasement policies of the democratic world. One of the biggest expansions of the authoritarianism has taken place here in the Western Hemisphere. Actually, the Americas has paid a high price for tolerating the communist dictatorship in the island of Cuba. It has caused the end of the democracy in Nicaragua and Venezuela and the democratic destabilization of the whole Latin America. For 64 years, the world has tolerated a communist dictatorship that survived the Cold War and that has held Cuba hostage and deny in law and in practice the most basic human rights of its own people. As a result, after more than 6 decades without free, fair, and multi-party elections, Cuba has deepened into a humanitarian crisis driven by soaring inflation rates and shortages of the most basic products. Hunger is the most basic need in my country today. But despite the oppression, the exodus, the hunger, the lack of medicines and medical attention, the Cuban people have been protesting in the streets for years now. During 2022, more than 3,000 protests were registered, and they continued this year. Actually, the last massive protests took place last Saturday. The people are demanding freedom. Cambio de sistema, which means a change in the system towards democracy. Patria y vida, homeland and life. By the way, none of the protests in the streets have been to demand the end of the embargo, because everybody understands that the obstacle to prosperity is the dictatorship, not a foreign country's policy. Cubans have been outpouring courage, but receiving almost no solidarity or support from the international community, other than the statements condemning the regime's harsh crackdown without real consequences. Today, more than 1,000 political prisoners suffer in Cuban jails, the most part of them peaceful protesters. Our movement, Cuba Decide, is a national and global initiative to force the Cuban regime to submit to the will of the people and leave. This can only be achieved with citizen mobilization and international pressure. And that is what we work for. But activists on the island fight in the most disadvantaged conditions possible. It is imperative that all the nations in the free world support the Cuban people's fight for a change, because the victory of democracy in Cuba is essential for peace, prosperity, and stability in our whole hemisphere. Europe should act to support them and to protect the best interests of its citizens and open a second front against Putin in the Western Hemisphere, stopping Kremlin's best transatlantic partner, the Cuban regime. Recently, Sweden has said that its government assessment is that are reasons for a review of the European Union engagement policy and the PDCA agreement, including the EU's aid to Cuba. It is time for Lithuania to take a step further in its already appreciated commitment to promote a democracy in Cuba and around the world. We invite the Seimas.
Thank you. I'm sorry for disturbances in the message of this. Usually, if you know, especially Spanish people know Madame Paya, she is well-known best speaker about democracy in the region, and she is speaking without any confusions in her speeches. Sorry for the technical mistakes inside of the transmission of her speech. But I would like to remind that her father was like Sakharov in Russia, were #1 political dissident and opponent of the Cuban regime, and he was killed for that, for opponent. So for this case, it was from us an honor to have the daughter who survived the terrible repressions against her family. Thank you for that, Rosa Maria. So I would like to switch now very quickly to our just you received the main organization in Russia, the Nobel Prize for your fantastic work defending political prisoners and actually making evaluation, reconciliation with Joseph Stalin regime. Mr. Davidis, we will congratulate you receiving Nobel Prize for your organization, for your activities. Your organization were raided by intelligence and Moscow police, and so thank you for just choosing a few months ago Vilnius like a capital for your activity. Now we have here Russian friends who are working here. We have Belarusian opposition with Madam Tsikhanovskaya, who is here in Vilnius. We have all Nemtsov team, or biggest part of Nemtsov team here in Vilnius. It's a great honor for us. For your few remarks, sir, few remarks. Well, we need to have some discussion. And congratulations from all of us for a Nobel Prize. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to speak at this distinguished assembly. For me, thank you, Emanuelis. The theme of our panel is the future of democracy, and the future arises from the present and builds on the past. As a Russian, it's all the more difficult for me to discuss the future outside the context of the horror that my country brings to Ukraine today, and without analyzing the lessons of the past that led to today's tragedy. We Memorial and many other Russian and international human rights organizations have documented, for instance, the violence in Northern Caucasus, the killings, destruction of homes, kidnappings, torture and illegal persecution during the Chechen War and until recently. Insufficient reaction to these crimes brought to repetition of them in much larger scale in Ukraine today. Over the past 2 decades, the criminal persecution of dissidents and other undesirable citizens has become an important component of Russian domestic policy. Since 2009, we have been documenting political repression, compiling lists of political prisoners, drawing attention to the fates of hundreds of political prisoners and to the problem itself. For decades, Russia's domestic politics drifted farther and farther away from democratic standards. More and more restrictions were placed on civil rights and freedoms, more and more restrictive and repressive laws were passed, and Russian and international NGOs drew attention to them. This is not to say that it has gone completely unnoticed by the international community. But now, looking back, we can confidently say that the response to these deviations from legal and human rights standards, even after they obviously took the form of external aggression in 2008 and 2014, also remained clearly insufficient. The tolerance for the violation of democratic standards and human rights was one of the factors that allowed the Kremlin regime over the years to build the foundation of the current full-scale war of aggression. It's on impunity for government crimes and the system of repression that the Kremlin regime's ability to wage this war is based. This is nothing new. All these years we have repeated, human rights violations in a particular country, in our country, in Russia, are not just a matter of moral, humanitarian or legal concern. It was quite a pragmatic question of concern for about common future. As Andrei Sakharov said back in 1975 in his Nobel lecture, peace, progress and human rights are inseparable. One is impossible without the other. It's likely that consistency and firmness in the defense of democratic principles and human rights at one time could have prevented today's developments, when the defense of the future of freedom and democracy is much more expensive in economic terms and, most importantly, paid for with the lives of tens of thousands of heroic defenders of Ukraine and peaceful Ukrainians. Now the duty of everyone who aspires to a more democratic future is to support Ukraine in every possible way. But after the victory of Ukraine and the defeat of the Kremlin, these lessons of the past will again become relevant. I am sure that Russia will become a democratic country. The Russian people simply have no other choice, no other way to respond to the challenges and demands of the time. Meanwhile, research shows that the Russian belongs to the European family by their values and attitudes. Of course, building a free democratic Russia is the responsibility of the Russians themselves, and no one will build it in their place. However, the outside world will be able to assist them or not. Approaching the creation of a democratic, peaceful and good neighborly Russia is in the common interest of Europe and the democratic world. And building relations with Russia in the future will require not repeating old mistakes and not making new ones. A lot is told about the necessity of prosecution and punishment of those who are responsible for war crimes, for the war of aggression. I will not repeat it, but besides of that, it's impossible to consider the sometimes declared intention to fence off Russia with a moat with crocodiles as a constructive plan. Such an approach does not solve the problem of a potential threat emanating from Russia, but rather the opposite. On the other hand, in re-establishing and building relations with the Russian state in future, it will be crucial to put human rights and democratic principles at the forefront much more consistently than before. In particular, just beginning discussion on a minimal normalization of relations with the world, at least a partial lifting of sanctions, it will be important to demand, among other conditions, the release of political prisoners and an end to political repression. It's also important to cooperate with Russian civil society. Even now, it would already be useful to support the self-organization of the Russian anti-war pro-democracy diaspora on a democratic basis, to build a dialogue with its democratic structures. Firstly, this would create an important precedent of democratic self-organization of Russian society. And secondly, it would increase the influence of democratically oriented and organized diaspora on the processes in Russia now and more importantly in the future when the window of opportunity opens. But this experience is important not only insofar as a democratic Russia is important for the democratic future of the world. Russian 19th century philosopher Pyotr Chadaev wrote, "Sometimes it seems that Russia is destined only to show the whole world how one should not live and what one should not do." For sure, it's just a figurative image. But indeed, the extreme experience of failure in the establishment and preservation of democracy, which Russia has shown in the last 30 years, is important not only for Russia, but also for the future of democracy in general. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Davidis. So we've got 3 panelists left in less than 15 minutes. So if everyone could please keep their comments very brief. I know it's very hard with so much important stuff to say and with such distinguished panelists. So now I want to move to Mr. Hashimoto. Thank you.
Yeah, telling the professor to keep in the 5 minutes is an impossible task, but I try my best.
I know.
Yes.
Tom, we are very proud that you are together.
Thank you. I'm kind of new to the Emanuelis family, so to say, and I'm not. I'm a bit ashamed, perhaps because of my Japanese blood, that I'm surrounded by all the dissidents, and I'm the one Western-educated professor of economics and finance, telling you what to do from the a nice chair and so on. So I'm not fighting in the front line. So then where I'm fighting? University. I must tell you that we collectively apologize that the professors failed to educate young generations and current actively engaging youth generation. We created this political apathy in this generation. We created that, especially in Japan as well, we became a security consumer and we became indifferent to global affairs. I also teach economics. We created the consumerism and making the people to care only about what they earn and their daily life. All the philosophies, and we collectively, now I'm not only talking about the university professors, but also the intellectuals in general, we failed to unite against all the dictatorship. This is 21st century, and yet we failed to convince the society, convince the vast majority that this is not the way the society should go. So I think I would like to put the 2 points in there. One, we should shift our mindset from a security consumer to security producer. So how can we individually, whether university professor or intellectual or parliamentarian, how can we produce piece of security in our capacity? We have to put our mindset to contribute to the security. Second thing is we have to create the alternative source of information and civil service and governance. That in many cases, dictatorships, they choke the economic supply and the social service supply to the citizens, so therefore they have no choice but to follow the order. Trust me, I mean, Japan went through that about 80 years ago, thanks to America for stopping that. But anyway, our idea is the information was not there. Access to the services were not there. Civil society is lacking. So, for example, imagine in your country, who are the best students to go? Which industry do they go? Now, imagine a society that the best student who graduated from Oxford, Harvard, or Mohiranka, or any university, best university in the country, goes to media, goes to professor, goes to high school teachers. Then that kind of society can be learned and informed. So we have to switch gradually to the consumerist society, to the more informed society, and create alternative source of information and the civil services so that we can compete each other. One thing economists can tell is competition is good. Once there is a monopoly, whether this is a production or information, monopoly is not good. In this sense, I would like to tell my French colleague that the French comes up with a very good idea. Michel Foucault said governmentality. This is a mentality of being governing. And this doesn't have to be the government. Government nor parliament is not the sole source of governance. Any person who has an interaction with the other human being in any society have a power to govern and provide governing services. And that is my thought. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hashimoto, and thank you for keeping the remarks relatively brief and very interesting. So we'll hear now from Mr. Liabedska. Thank you. Is he on the panel?
Yes, Oleg, thank you so much for everything what you did, being last 25 years more. You are signatory of Fact of Independence of Independent Belarus in 1990. Thank you for that. Thank you now being in the team of Madam Tsikhanovskaya. And thank you for supporting her and Belarusian opposition who have different voices here in Lithuania, but elected president is here. President-elect of Belarus is here, elected, and we think that we will support her, and she's now on her way to go with us together to Reykjavik summit of 47 states. So we have the best representative of democratic society in Belarus, who is neighboring state. And for our Uruguay friend, I will say that we have 700 kilometers border, small Lithuania with Belarus. And now a huge part of Belarusian intellectuals and politicians are in Vilnius. Tolik, we know that very much that your son is now under arrest, and we are sharing our deepest worries and sympathies with your family. The floor is open. And solidarity.
Thank you very much. Ačiū labai.
Thank you. My English is not that good to speak. And French is not the French is not the working language of this Congress. I don't have much time, but for 1 minute I want to sacrifice to pay tribute to thousands of Ukrainians, hundreds of Belarusians, Georgians, Polish, that sacrificed their lives for our freedom and yours.
The victims on the fighters for freedom and freedom fighters who are fighting for freedom of Ukraine. Thank you so much.
My message
is in 4 points. First, Belarus is a key to security in Europe. Second, the Euro-Atlantic perspective is a political tool that's a HIMARS force. 3, Belarus is not Russia. Lukashenko is not Belarus. And 4th, the alliance of the deputies for the democratic Belarus in 17 parliaments is the possibility to keep the Belarusian issue on the top of the European agenda. Europe is different now, and I see optimism here. Europe is moving forward, but we always have to look in the rear window. we have to remember that Brussels and Europe were investors into the regimes of Putin and Lukashenko. Europe introduced the taboo for the development or the joining the European Union by Georgia, Ukraine, and Moldova. We cannot imagine free Europe without democratic Belarus, and the war will end not with the end of shelling, but when free and fair elections are held in Belarus and the political victory over Russianism will prevail. This is the future of Belarus as well as Georgia and other countries. When the nuclear weapon, the Russian nuclear weapon is on the territory of Belarus, the war will not be over. Why Belarusians want to move towards the Euro-Atlantic space? Belarusians are the second nation after the Ukrainians that have the right to hate Putin's Russia. Only thanks to the Kremlin, we have a 30-year-long dictatorship of Lukashenko. And on the gas and oil of Putin, Lukashenko is building the camp in Belarus. What is the difference between Belarus and Russia? The majority of Russians have mobilized around Putin, and this is a sign of war. In Belarus, the mobilization has taken place against the war. In our camp, 90% of people say that they are against the war in Ukraine. And this is our national idea. And finally, about Ukraine's role. Ukraine has been the country that has been inward-looking. The war has made Ukraine a regional leader, and now Ukraine is a country that makes an influence on the agenda of Europe. Ukraine is turning from consumer of possibilities to the donor of change. And this is a completely different ideology. And I see a perspective of new relations between Belarus and Ukraine. And finally, I want to mention the 21st of May. This is the day of the solidarity with Belarusian political prisoners. I've left prison 1.5 years ago. And now my son is in Belarus. And he is imprisoned. He is imprisoned in the same cell as I was. He is now the hostage of the regime. And we have 1,500 of such people imprisoned. But in reality, this number is 5,000. I'm addressing countries that have a friendship group with Belarus, including in the US, Lithuania, Estonia, and others. I address all members of parliament. On the 24th of May, you are invited to show the solidarity to become the godfather or godmother of one of those political prisoners. We have the moral compass, and this moral compass is freedom. And this is costly, but freedom is invaluable. Slava Ukraini! Живе Беларусь!
Terrible stories. Here, 35 kilometers border of Belarus, can you imagine? We feel like in Berlin West, checkpoint Charlie, if you know what it means, last points of the... And all our friends who were before starting in the 90s, can you imagine? We started together in Minsk, Vilnius, Kiev. And we possess the knowledge that somebody in Moscow will make a revenge war for the 90s, for our freedom cause. And that's happened. And now Ukraine is fighting for all of us. Well, To lose our statehood, to lose independence means to be captive. So I would like on the end, I would like a few words from our good friend, Vice President of Ukrainian Parliament, to make a small comment. But before that, we just received news that talking about Belarusian dissidents. For example, Mr. Statkevich, I'm responsible for the leader of Social Democratic Party. Being Christian Democrat, I'm responsible for Social Democrat leader who disappeared absolutely from screen and no news from the jail for the last 80 years from Minsk. No news about Mr. For the chairman of the Social Democratic Party, Mr. Statkevich, no news. So we are asking also social democrats in the world. I'm conservative member of political society, asking social democrats to be active in trying to understand what happened with the leader of Social Democratic Party in Belarus. Secondly, we just received news about Nobel Prize for Mr. Beletsky, who was the key human rights defender. And I would like to have very short remark from the Nobel Prize winner from the last few months ago, Mr. Beletsky, who is in jail, and the wife of Mr. Beletsky crossed the border and now in Norway, in hiding from Belarusian regime. I'm sorry, giving so big time gap for our dissidents, but they were our brothers when we started our freedom cause 33 years ago. So, Madam Beletsky, Natalia, dear friend, the floor is open, please. And be please short, please, for 3 minutes. We are expressing our message to your husband who is in prison without any news, and the same like Mr. Statkevich. Madam Natalia, the floor is open. No, Madam Pinchuk, yes.
Да.
Please be
Уважаемые
short.
господа, слышно?
Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me? Ladies and gentlemen, we are all concerned about the future of democracy. The perspectives of democracy can be assessed only through the perspective of the past, through the lessons that we've learned. Unfortunately, not all the lessons have been learned. The narcissistic dictatorship in Germany, its further aggression in the world, was the thing that had to teach a free world to respond to global challenges and to respond to what is happening to in Russia and Belarus. When the nuclear weapon was taken out of Belarus, the entire world forgot about Belarus. But it is on the example of Belarus we can see how reviving democracy back in the 1990s gave way to autocracy. Since 1990, Alexander Lukashenko started destroying all democratic institutions and to deny the national identity of Belarusians. President Lukashenko changed legislation. Therefore, the Belarusian language ceased to be the only national language in the state. The president received the right to dismantle the parliament. Therefore, the society of Belarus was deprived of the right to subjective opinion. Over the recent 10 years, despite the fact that society was against the repressions, the regime, the Belarusian regime, took various steps. After the attack on the Belarusian language was taken away from the Belarusian schools. Belarusian pupils are now studying according to Russian exercises books in the Russian language. The victims of Stalinism are denounced. We all remember what happened in those Stalinist times. We see a huge degradation of democracy in Belarus. Now there is no rule of law in democracy. The events of 2020 in Belarus has demonstrated that the Belarusian people are not willing to live without democracy and independence. People went out to the streets to peaceful protests. This means that the country with 9 million people showed to the world that the people of Belarus is not Lukashenko. And then the dictator himself had to employ his force structures in order to deal with the protests. We recently found out that Nikolai Klimovich, who was seriously ill, died in prison. According to journalists' estimations, that was already the 22nd person who died in prisons. Moreover, Paul Belousov yesterday was sentenced in Belarusian prison. Paul organized various concerts in Belarus. He had nothing to do with politics. Unfortunately, he was charged with Belarusian nationalism and he was sentenced to several years of imprisonment. We know of the cases when minors were sentenced to 10 years of imprisonment. Opposition leaders were arrested and they now face charges. The dictatorship does not even have any intention to hide its approach to Stalinism. Belarus will soon become the forum of Russia's revanchist policies. Lukashenko is co-participating in the crimes committed by Putin. The Russian military forces were taken to Belarus. It should be noted that the Belarusian people are against Russian troops on the soil of Belarus. We have to stop that. Human rights violations are the indicator that we have to respond unequivocally. Belarus should receive not recommendations, but enforceable guidelines, what should be done. Thank you for your attention.
I hope Belatsky will be liberated, your dear husband, and we were all on side of his all 30 years dedication to the democracy. He was chosen by Nobel Prize committee like a leading Democrat a few months ago. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you that you are from Norway saying about the situation in Belarus. And now looking to the only one remark from a Vice Speaker of Ukrainian House. We saw all of us, our friends from all world, saw what Russia would like to turn in Ukraine. The dictatorship like in Belarus, dictatorship like they're creating in surrounding. It's a fight for our key values. So can you imagine what will be in this chamber, Mr. Vice Speaker of Ukrainian Parliament, Yanukovych was coming and telling that he will be not signing the European Association Agreement when Mr. Klitschko stood up here, where Auxi is sitting there in the front line, and he told impeachment to your president. It was 10 years ago, 28th of February, when we made huge conference in parallel to the heads of states conference about association agreement with Moldova, Georgia, and Ukraine. He refused that. telling to us, Mr. Yanukovych, that Mr. Putin speaking with him during during his phone conversation, that he is not allowing Ukraine to become associate member of European Union. It was not about NATO. It was about Union. Means the war is about your direction to the West, not about military, about the values. He is afraid that your values will be inflicting the values of Russians and will be influencing that. I would like to, if we are just escaping the big discussion now on the end of our great panel, please, you deserve, dear Chairman, to have a few words like a fighting country being in front of all of us, defending our values. Your parliament, you just spoke on the beginning, yes, when Raymond was chairing the chair here, you say that 65% of all your law conditions is about European Union standards. You did Istanbul Convention. You make most liberal steps during the bombing of Kiev. Istanbul Convention was adopted in your parliament during the bombing of Kiev. You're doing your votings during the bombing of you in your great capital. We are all saying thank you for doing your parliamentary everyday work, making democracy real in Ukraine. Please, sir, the floor is open.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Maybe I will say part of my words by English, but I won't say also part of my words by Russian, because it's very important to say something directly to our friends from Russia and from Belarus. I won't say that how paradoxically it's not hearing, but destiny of prisoners of freedom from Belarus, destinies of NGO and civil society from Russia, now on decision on our battlefield. And we need to clearly understand it. Because while we will not overcome with Putin, with Kremlin, all next stages shouldn't be possible. We need to understand it. I don't know if you know old tale from folk tales from Russia and from Ukrainian about some old man with some egg and death in egg and with some equipment to swim. We know that we had one place, one point where is all problem is consist. It's Russia Kremlin regime. It's some abstract, but it's very practical because of Putin, of his local friends, and etc., etc. And of course, we understand that key of success to defeat it in now only on battlefield. On previous stages, we should to discuss about democracy. Maybe we need to support civil society in Russia, but it was last time something like virtual, but okay, etc., etc. But after 1 year of full-scale invasion, and after all that you saw, but all that you saw, we felt. And it's big difference to see something by CNN and to live like we, like my team, like all of Ukrainians in these circumstances. Without electricity, without water, with missiles every night, with missiles to, I don't know, to civil infrastructure. 2 days ago, one part of Shahed that was shut down by air defensive system was broke window in kindergarten when my children study. It's personal story for all of us. It's not about something abstract, it's very personal. That's why I want to say that we need to defeat Kremlin and we need to support. You know what support I'm telling about. It's weapon, it's any kinds of weapon. We're very thankful and very grateful for decision of EU about munition. It was very...
1 million.
Yeah, it was very important decision. Because it's not only about values, it's about values, but it's about the most important value of human life and value of lives of our soldiers. Second part, I want shortly, briefly, again, remember to our case about established special war crime tribunal, because part of this discussion about prisoners, about Russian prisoners and Russian civil society, about Kara-Murza, about Navalny, etc., it's all in terms of responsibility of authoritarian regime. Of course, in case of Miho, our brother, that now in process of killing by Georgian state. We need to understand that it all will be start from the responsibility Russia of war criminals in Ukraine. Because it's very clear situation. We have this information, we have this understanding. We have this 40,000 cases, 40,000 cases.
Of war crime?
Yeah, absolutely. That was fixed. How many unfixed? И последнее, что я бы хотел сказать на русском языке.
And the last thing I wanted to say in the Russian language, I want to address the Belarusians and Russians who hear me. In Ukraine, they say that God has no other hands than yours. And the fate of every nation is in the hands of this nation. And no matter how hard we try and help nations in different ways to become more democratic, unless it becomes the choice of the nation in question, this cannot be possible and cannot be successful. So my best wishes for all our brotherly nations to find their strength and power to fight for democracy inside, as is done by Belarusian forces, opposition forces, democratic forces, by Ukrainian forces, for example, Kalinovsky regiment, and other people who are not Ukrainians, who are defending the freedom on the battlefield of Ukraine, the Polish Corps, the Lithuanian Brigade, very many young soldiers.
So enough in Ukraine, many. For your and our freedom, за нашу и вашу свободу, это тот смысл, который может вернуть демократию.
For your freedom and ours, this is actually something that can return democracy to Belarus and elsewhere.
Ending this fantastic session, having all those fighters for freedoms who are so dear, and we have missed one fighter, former fighter for freedom in Georgia, Misha Saakashvili. We heard news that today Human Rights Court in Strasbourg will make a decision, and we hope made a decision, yes? Yes, we are finishing, please.
That's why I was outside talking to the phone. Well, formally they rejected to transfer him to Poland. And that's a very sad decision.
About
I don't
President
know.
of Georgia,
It's President of Georgia. I was just talking to my Ukrainian colleagues also. I texted David. Well, I mean, to say frankly, I don't know the details yet because, I mean, I don't know what is written in the final conclusion. But what I know, despite the fact that the mission can be very controversial, and I know that, and Ukrainians know that, it is very simple for a European country that you can't kill presidents or keep them in the jail. It is very simple. Despite the fact what kind of attitude you might have to the politicians, the president is an institution. It's not a figure, it's just an institution. So he was my friend, very long time. I served in his government as the Minister of Education, and I'm very sorry, personally, I'm very sorry. But unfortunately, I think Emanuelis, he made a very wrong decision coming back to Georgia. And you know, I know that you had been warning him, but now what matters is just for Georgia to save him. I don't know how, but I think the only way to save him and to save Georgian democracy is just to win democratically elections. And I want to ask you all, because they are the representatives, send as more people as elections observing as you can.
Thank you for everyone being actively involved, and thank you for everyone, and thank you for our dear friends. And first of all, thank you to Raimundas Lopata, who was main ideological nuclear power behind our conference, and you are inspiring all of us. Raimundas, would like to express all of us our huge thankfulness. All your speeches, including speeches who were not published and not said, especially if colleagues from Uruguay, from other countries have some ideas, will be published automatically in our brochure. Our parliamentary printing house is prepared, and it will be on internet site. Everything what will be said will be published, and what you have in your files will be transmitted to us, and we will publish. I would like to express my huge thankfulness to the President of OSCE for your all day with us, Margaret Sederfeld. Thank you so much. And the President of IPU, our dear friend, Duarte Pacheco, who did his fantastic job turning a huge 180-country parliamentary union towards our committed values based on the French Revolution ideas of equal rights. Thank you. My huge thankfulness to my dear friend Paul Massaro, who spent years and years working for Magnitsky case in Helsinki committee. Sir, your job is incredibly important for all of us on Capitol Hill in the Helsinki committee. Thank you so much. So technical information from our dear friend. And Gedrius, again, thank you so much for supporting us, please.
Thank you. A technical announcement. So everybody are invited, of course, for coffee and free networking, and the heads of delegations are invited in 10 minutes to join the round table of his delegations to discuss the final statement of this event. So 10 minutes technical break to grab some coffee, and on the other end of the corridor, our colleagues will guide you towards that.
And thank you for all contributors, all fantastic panel. Thank you.
Great initiative. So glad I could make it out here.